Okay, can you hear me? Yes, I think. So, good. I do apologize for this delay, but we had a major technical issue. It's a good way to start this edition. As you all know, we are very glad to have with us our students for the 25th time, because this student has been organized by our students together with our faculty and especially with the Webster Humanitarian Association. So once again, this year, themes is quite topical: new technologies and humanitarian action. You're going to listen in 1.5 days to top experts in the field of robotics, artificial intelligence, all the legal aspects related to artificial intelligence, and also the digitalization of certain kinds of jobs. It is my pleasure now to give the word to our director, Clementina Acedo. Thank you very much, Clementina.
Good morning. Is this on? Do you hear? No, the microphone is not on. Good morning. I almost, you were not very. It's working. It's working? Oh, okay. Now I can hear it too. Good morning for all of you who are here, presential, but also all of you who are connected remotely. Welcome to the 25th International Humanitarian and Security Conference. We are proud to maintain this very important tradition in the topic of humanitarian action. I would like to thank also the long-term partnerships that we have had with the ICRC, the CICG, the Canton and Republic of Geneva, and especially with the representative of Geneva International, Monsieur Couteau. Webster commitment to humanitarian action, it's a long tradition, as I said, and it nourish our research, the creation of partnerships with international organizations, and the humanitarian sector, as well as other higher education institutions. I would also like to thank the presence and acknowledge the presence of WHA, which is the Webster Humanitarian Association, which is an association created by students and faculty of Webster that also has a long-standing tradition, and that they are key in the organization of this event. The topic of this conference is extremely important: the new technologies and humanitarian action. We can see that there are progress and strong correlations between these two fields in terms of, for instance, space mapping that have been used in cases of earthquakes like in Haiti, but also in many other humanitarian situations. Biometrics to safeguard identities for refugee registration to ensure that they don't lose their personal identification. Digital payments to recipients in populations that are hard to reach for transfer programs. Crisis mapping with geopolitical information. Education technology, the use of drones. So we are going to see over these 2 days a very interesting panels on all these topics. They are not necessarily solutions. The problems of the humanitarian context caused by war, human conflict, or situations of disasters are way too big to be solved simply by technology, but they are very important progress in this direction. There are also ethical implications of that, and you would have also a panel dealing with these issues. and gaps, not always the technology functions where you have such precarious situation. But it's a topic that is extremely important, where there have been tremendous progress in the last years, and that it's important to assess with a panel of this at this level. I would like to finally thank also the team of the Department of International Relations, of Oreste, and all the students who have been working with him, events, and the Webster support as well. So without forgetting the students of the WHA. Thank you so much to the visitors and to the panelists, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Madam Director, ladies and gentlemen, dear students. First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited me again to say a few words at the opening of this annual conference. This year, for the first time, I speak on behalf of both the Canton of Geneva and the Swiss Confederation. You might know that the host authorities of International Geneva have decided to reinforce their coordination, and therefore, whenever there is an opportunity, we try to deliver common statements. 30 years ago, ICRC delegates in the field were happy to experience for the first time the use of computers or satellite phones. Today, they speak about 3D printing, DNA samples, or drones. The progress which have been made during the last 30 years are quite impressive, and the place occupied by technology and innovation is more and more important, definitely. I think that Geneva is in a good position when it comes to innovation. There is a quite conducive ecosystem. This is thanks to the presence of a number of high-level academic institutions. I'm thinking of the EPFL or the University of Geneva, for instance. CERN and its scientists and inventors also do play a very important role. And as you probably know, during the last few years, all the main international organizations have also launched their own innovation units. So yes, there is an ecosystem which is quite conducive for innovation here in Geneva. And by the way, I would like to take this opportunity to salute UNHCR and Handicap International for the prestigious awards they did receive last week. I'm talking about the EU Horizon Prize on affordable high-tech for humanitarian aid. So all this sounds quite positive, but progresses made in science and technology do not come without a number of caveats. First of all, innovation is not an end in itself. It makes sense only when it contributes to better achieve our final goals. In the humanitarian field, innovation is useful when it allows more landmines to be cleared, more mortal remains to be identified, or more amputees to be fitted with better prostheses. In other words, innovation is not good only because it innovates, but also, and above all, because it answers real needs. This leads me to my second remark. Real needs are not necessarily found in the comfortable rooms or labs here in Geneva. Real needs are in the field. Therefore, the connection between Geneva and the field is crucial. The connection between the inventors, innovators here in Geneva and the innovators, users in the field is crucial. My third and last remark concerns the implementation. It might be relatively easy to launch new ideas during an hackathon with young and bright people. This is another accomplishment to implement them and scale them up. At one stage, money will be necessary. No idea has an impact without some kind of financial investment. Most of these questions do not apply only to the humanitarian sector. They are also relevant for the other global challenges that we face nowadays, be it climate change, pandemics, or antibiotic resistance, for instance. Science and technology have made extraordinary advances in the recent past. The challenges that the world population faces today and will face tomorrow are also extraordinary. This is precisely the reason why the Swiss Confederation and the Canton of Geneva, with the support of the City of Geneva, have recently launched the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator, or GESDA. The idea is, with the involvement of some of the best skills coming from universities, international organizations, and the private sector, to match scientific progresses and human expectations. This is ambitious, of course, but first and foremost, a way to show that there is still room for optimism about our common future. Thank you for your attention and wish you a very good conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Olivier.
And now we have a video message from our president, Dr. Julian Schuster in Webster, St. Louis. Thank you very much.
Greetings and welcome, everyone. It is a pleasure to know you are all here. I join my colleagues at Webster University in appreciating that this historic conference continues in its 25th year, uninterrupted despite challenges of the pandemic. For the first time, our conference takes place via live web stream. That adaptation is fitting for the times in which we find ourselves. As new obstacles to our society's connectivity arise, we must take an advantage of new technology to maintain the fabric of our relationships. And of course, to ensure we are reaching those who need us. Today, we are witnessing how much technology can help us, but also we need to assess what is our relationship with the technology as we are addressing the vital issues of our societies and civilization. Let us face it, without the technology, we would not be able to do what we are doing today. Today, in order to address the issues of technology and the world, we need to think as engineers, not as technicians. Yes, we need to adapt to the new circumstances, but those new circumstances need to be designed, envisioned, and if you wish, molded by us. Without that, we will be running the risk that our noble ideas, tremendous efforts, are going to be thwarted by something which is exogenous to us. So, I am convinced that our devotion and dedication to the issues of humanity and security will not be impeded by the pandemic and by limitations of our technology. But I equally do not believe that we should be allowing technology to dictate what we are going to do, how are we going to do it, and when we are going to do it. With that in mind, I wish you a successful opening of a new chapter of your studies and your practical endeavors. This new chapter will need adjustments and will need something which humanity always was good about, and that is adaptation to the new circumstances. We at Webster have been proving for more than 100 years what an innovative, entrepreneurial, and adaptable university can do in the global scale. May our example and our experiences help us to achieve the goals which we all are striving for. So, thank you for joining us. I wish you all good health and a truly successful conference.
Okay, so now it's time to listen to our keynote speaker, Admiral Biselia, who is currently the director for the Organization for Joint Armament Cooperation. Admiral Biselia would have liked to join us in person, but because of the recent, let's say, precautionary measures, he has to stay in Bonn and give his keynote speech online. Thank you very much. Admiral, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Piani. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not being there, which I wanted very much. Yesterday, I had already the tickets, everything to come, but at the very last moment, I realized that if I had come at the return, I would have had the quarantine, and I cannot afford it. So I'm really sorry for that, and I wish to be able to make this presentation in the best possible way. Okay, here we go. 7. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you for inviting me for this. What? Well, which one? They cannot see me. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Technical discussions. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me. As Professor Foppiani said, I am the General Director of the OCCAR, this international organization for procurement of armaments, and I will show you how OCCAR is not so far away from the purpose of this conference. This is very quickly, very briefly, the agenda, and there we go. I will start with the military minor role, dual use requirement. So I provoke the auditorium saying, is there any conflict between military tasks and humanitarian purposes? Sorry for the eye here, there is a mistake. Well, my answer is, of course, not, and I will show you now why being involved in the defense procurement, we take into account, and particularly, all the needs for humanitarian assistances. In fact, as you can see on this slide, today, everything has changed because most of the modern armed forces have among the duties the humanitarian role and support. As you know, the military contribution all over the world increases as the need for assistance increases. The military can be involved in 3 different layers. The first one is for the infrastructure support. I'm not inventing anything because this is what is written in the books. The infrastructure support is when the military are not visible to the people hit by a disaster or something like that. for example, restoring the communication and so forth. Then there is the indirect assistance, where still there is no direct contact between the militaries and the civilian people hit by the disaster. In that case, the direct assistance consists of building shelters, houses, and so forth. And the last resort, let's say, at the last moment, when the need is really great, then the military intervene. And we will see later some examples directly with face-to-face, building hospitals, surgical operations, and so forth. So this envelope that you can see on the right-hand side, you can very clearly understand that when the need is the military, the direct military assistance is required, and then when the situation becomes better, then the international civilian relief or the local national response takes place. Okay, these are some assets that are bought by the defense procurement, in this case by OCCAR, that are used also for the humanitarian assistance. And this is the concept of dual use requirement. The technology can be used for both peaceful and military aims. This concept has been stressed by the Commission, for example, where we are very close to, and all over the world, I think, operation requirement dedicated for military purposes, also for now. First, before we go, Crimea, as you know, who are
another connection problem.
By the founding states, Germany and UK. Convention, which is an international treaty. The start was approved by the Parliament. In 2001, OCCAR became operational. Then in 2003, Belgium joined OCCAR, and in 2005, Spain joined OCCAR. So now there are 6 member states. This is not a European organization. Many people think that OCCAR is a European organization. It's not. But the founding nations decided and wrote in the convention that it's not a European organization, but with a great European vocation. And this is important for our relationship with the EU, because we want to work for EU too, even though we are an independent organization. OCCAR can also have other nations who joined the convention. And right now we have, as you can see on the bottom line, Finland, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Poland, Sweden, and Turkey that are part of programs. They are not the master of OCCAR, but they have the same privilege of OCCAR. So this is an open architecture, just to use an electronic term. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, just to give you some numbers so you know how big is this organization, even though it's not well known all over the world. Now we are at 14 programs. Very soon we will be close to 20 programs, because new programs are coming from Europe or from the member states or from other states with member states that can join OCCAR. We are 321 people, and I have, as you can see on the right-hand side, we are spread out all over Europe. We have premises in Sevilla, in Madrid, in Getafe, in Toulouse, in Saint-Nazaire, in Paris, Bonn, Munich, La Spezia, and Rome. So this is a real international, you can see, I would say it's a real, somewhat is European, because all the premises are in Europe. As I said, it's not a European organization. As you can see, UK, United Kingdom, is one of the founding people, one of the founding nations. And as you well know, UK is Brexiting. The program, the portfolio that I manage now as director is 73.7 billion euro. I think that next year we will arrive to 90 billion, because we have a very important program contract that we are going to sign, like the Eurodrone and the new helicopter. And the annual operational budget for 2020 is 4.4 billion, and the administrative budget is 61.7 million. The overhead is 1.4%, which is the ratio between the administrative budget and the operational budget. This number is the lowest in the world, because having a corporate and then various programs, everything, all the procedures, the way to run a day-by-day business is shared, because we have a unique corporate, and this allows us to have a very low expenditure for the administrative budget. There are other agencies that have this number very, very high, even though these agencies are very known in the world. As you can see on the right-hand side below, there are the percentage of participation in the program. And this is another important slide that I like to show you. These are the programs on the left-hand side. And as you can see, OCCAR is able to manage a program since the very beginning, the preparation of it, until the disposal. As you can see on the left-hand side, there are the colors. The colors are matched with the ones on the right, because you can see each program is in a specific phase that you can really match. And this is the demonstration that OCCAR can manage complex cooperative program, because OCCAR was invented for cooperation, even though some nations give a unique program to OCCAR, which is okay, because it's foreseen in the convention. Okay, now let's see what maybe is more interesting for you, the OCCAR portfolio and application in humanitarian crisis. This is one of my programs, the biggest program. I have the A400M, which is a tactical and strategic airlifter. It's a 4-engine strategic tactical military transport aircraft capable of carrying troops and or cargo load, performing airdrop, and acting as a tactical air-to-air refueling tanker. As you can see below, there are the main capabilities. They are not all. I wanted to put those because these are very much tied up to the humanitarian assistance. The nations who are part of this program are on very right-hand side, and all the capabilities are written in blue. You might remember the big hurricane Irma in September 2017 that destroyed a lot of stuff in the Caribbean Sea. And this airplane did a lot of work in there, particularly in summertime, and Fort de France, Martinique, and also the A400 dam was used for evacuation from Curaçao. You might also remember that even though it's not a local program, before the Italian ship Cavour went to Haiti and did a lot of work there, and the Cavour is an aircraft carrier, but also has a lot of assets for humanitarian assistance. Here, the next slide, you can see during the COVID-19, Spanish A400 brought medical equipment from China and Germany. And also, A400 was used to transport people from France and from Italy to Germany for the intensive therapy. This is another important example. And then we come to the ships, which is, for me, it's much easier to talk about ships because I come from that area. And you can see FREM. FREM is one of the most known programs, naval program in the world. It's a cooperation between Italy and France. And you can see that beyond the military requirements, these ships have also the hospital with the NATO standard, is used for saving life at sea, we could see during the migration period, then is able to distribute electric power and provide electricity to a small town up to 12 citizens. And then there are more than 30 cubic meters of fresh water. So it goes without saying that this ship is a great example of something that is useful for the defense, in this case Italian and France, and particularly for the citizens, for civilian people, in case the need comes up. Then this is another important activity, humanitarian activity. It was made in 2014, maybe November 13, April 14. I think in the audience there is also Admiral the Georgian, at that time the chief of the Navy staff. He was the inventor of this activity. The 30th Naval Group was composed by 4 ships. Cavour, we already quoted Cavour, Bergamini, which is a French ship, Etna is a logistic ship, and the corvette Borsini. They circumnavigate Africa, performing surgical intervention in favor of young patients, as is written. So they did a lot of work. I think all the African coasts will now still remember very well these activities that brought a lot of smile. Here is written un mare di sorrisi, which means an ocean of smiles. That was great activities, and Admiral De Giorgi, I'm sure, is very proud of it. Okay, now we come to the so-called naval law, and also the naval law is an invention of Admiral De Giorgi, who created the operational requirement for this, and at that time I was the director of the Naval Armament Directorate, Procurement Directorate. So I realized what Admiral De Giorgi had in mind, and we built three main ships, kind of ships, class of ships. PPA, which is this one, pattugliatori polivalenti d'altura, multi-purpose patrol ships. And the main characteristics, as you can see, is first of all, these are really the maximum technology, the best technology, the most innovative technology that today I think exists in Europe. As you can see, if you are used with this kind of technologies, we have all fixed phase radars, very, very, very high technology that beyond the United States, I think now Italy can say that they have the same kind of technology. It's a high-speed ship and long endurance. Is resilient to the seaworthiness, maneuverability, and modularity. It's very small environmental footprint, which is a very important thing. It's the first ship with this capacity. And then can, of course, beyond the military activities, can operate in support of humanitarian assistance of disasters and relief operations in peacetime. For this, I would like to say that if we go to the next, I can show you why, very briefly, why this is. This ship has electric power supply, 1,000 meter of cables and 2 megawatts, corresponding to the need of a city of about 6,000 people. Water supply for people, as Fred mentioned before, and capability of carrying and handling containers and emergency materials in full autonomy. There are two areas, the after modular area and the central modular area, where we can have containers for any kind of need in the humanitarian assistance. As you can see in this slide, this is the central modular area, where we can load up to 10 ISO box 20 feet containers, as you can see. When we say these are dual use, this is the case, the clear demonstration of the dual use, because you can recover ribs and or ribs, bolts, you know, or containers. So it depends on the mission that you have. So this typical dual use exercise. And as you can see, this was the pressure requirement was also made with the assistance of the Red Cross, the International Red Cross. This is the aft modular area where you can it is very clear that you have these areas where you can use for, you can see a boat on the very end of the ship. These are the ribs or a kind of boats that you can recover inside in the forward part, and or you can have kind of shelters. You can have also people there, rescued compound, this is the health compound, and accommodation for 30 people, and also the hygienic needs. Then we have the LSS with logistic support ship. This ship is almost ready to be delivered to the Navy. In January it will be delivered. And if you have a chance, please go to La Spezia and visit, because you can see how this ship is innovative. This ship has medical and surgical support up to the NATO Role 2. It's a very big area. We can have 17 hospitalized people. It's some numbers I give you. 8 of them in intensive care recovery. Then can recover helicopter and flight deck with medevac capacities. Also can bring 800, 700 cubic meter of diesel and oil in tanks, 3,700 cubic meter of kerosene in tanks. Then, you know, lubricants and 800 cubic meter of fresh water in tanks. 40,000 tons of dry and fresh food, boarding and transport of 8 by 28 ton standard container by 20 feet. So as you can see, there is a lot of stuff that can be brought by this ship, which is a military ship for refilling the fleet of the nation, but in case of necessity can do really a lot for civilian citizen. So in conclusion, then there is another ship in the naval law, which is the biggest ship ever built by the Italian Navy. Is the ship Trieste, is an amphibian aircraft carrier ship, which has even more capacities of relief assistance, humanitarian assistance. The only problem is that this ship is not under rocker, so I stop here. The conclusions. Militaries can contribute valuably to humanitarian actions, and I think I proved it, by responding to requests for specific capabilities and capacities to meet specific needs. The military equipment shall be properly designed, and for example, Italy does, but also other nations, to meet both military and civilian humanitarian tasks, enhancing the dual-use characteristics. Defense procurement agencies like OCCAR shall be ready to manage the additional dual-use requirements, and I can tell you that in OCCAR we really can do it. This concludes my presentation. I hope I did not bore you too much. I know that later on I could have some questions, so I will be ready to respond. And I thank again the audience for listening to me, and Professor Foppiani for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Biselia. As you just said, at the end of session 1, there will be the opportunity to also ask questions to OCCAR's director. I really liked the fact that you mentioned this improvement in the dual use of any military equipment or invention. And this is the right place to mention what the armed forces did, especially with the Airbus 400M, for the simple reason that Switzerland knows very well how the Swiss Army was extremely important for the management of the COVID-19 crisis. So this is another example. It's now time to give the floor to our esteemed colleague, Dr. Jibin Gudarzi, who will open the award ceremony of the Otto Hieronymi Prize 2019. Thank you, Jibin.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests. It's a pleasure to be here. We are having now the Otto Hieronymi Book Award Prize, which has been established recently thanks to the efforts of the International Relations Department and Professor Oreste Foppiani to award a book for an outstanding book and contribution in the field of international relations. I was the head of a committee which included 3 members from Webster University and outside of Webster University to look at the publications, the books, the monographs which had been published last year by Webster University faculty members worldwide. And the committee decided to award the book prize, the Otto Hieronymi book prize, to 2 books. One, Japan's Awakening, moving toward an autonomous security policy, co-authored by Professor Lionel Fatton and also Professor Oreste Foppiani. And the other book, which of course is on a different topic, primarily with human rights. The first one, of course, is on security issues, East Asian security. The second book is by one of our distinguished colleagues from our home campus in St. Louis, Dr. Lindsay Kingston, Fully Human Personhood, Citizenship, and Rights. So I think what we'll do is I'll first proceed. Unfortunately, for obvious reasons, Professor Kingston cannot be with us today, and I'm going to read a statement that she submitted to read to all the distinguished participants. Let me just also say 1 or 2 words about Professor Kingston. She is an associate professor in the Department of History, Politics, and International Relations at Webster University in St. Louis. She's a professor of international human rights. She also is the director of the Institute for Human Rights and Humanitarian Studies in St. Louis campus, and she also directs the human rights program there and also directs a research journal on human rights issues. She focuses primarily on issues such as citizenship, statelessness, forced migration, indigenous rights, genocide, prevention, transnational social movements, and human rights education. Her research and work has received special recognition from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And I'll read her statement. As I said, she cannot be here with us, and due to the time difference, St. Louis is 7 hours behind. And I quote, "It is an honor to receive the Otto Hieronymi Prize for my book, Fully Human. Although the COVID-19 pandemic prevents us from gathering in person, I am grateful to colleagues around the world who value human rights research and who are similarly committed to international relations scholarship. I congratulate my co-winners, Lionel Fatton and Oreste Foppiani, and I hope that we can celebrate together soon. In the meantime, I am sending my best wishes from St. Louis for your continued good health and well-being. Thank you." The next so this is one, the Otto Hieronymi Book Prize, and so I decided to start with Professor Kingston's award since she is not here and she's a lady. And the next prize, of course, is to my 2 colleagues here, Professor Lionel Fatton and Oreste Foppiani. Professor Fatton, as many of you know, is an expert in East Asian security studies, a very distinguished professor and teacher, very popular with the students. And Oreste Foppiani, of course, I don't think really needs an introduction. He's the head of the department since he came to Webster several years ago. He worked hard and has distinguished himself in many arenas in terms of scholarship on the Second World War, on European security, on transatlantic relations. They have both written many academic articles, scholarly articles, and in the field of international relations. So, yes.
Thank you, Juvin. You've been too good, and usually I work hard during the Humanitarian Conference. I try to moderate myself in terms of working hard during the year, although Clementina might object. I would like to have a couple of words from Otto Hieronymi, who is here. So thank you very much for being with us, Otto.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. I am deeply moved. I'm deeply moved because this is the 25th session of the International Humanitarian Conference of Webster, and I think it's very deeply moving that it takes place despite the pandemic, despite the difficulty of bringing in both speakers and public, at a time when we have deep doubts about our future. Now, these conferences have always been an expression of faith in the future. And faith in the future of young people, but also older people like my generation. And I'm, as much as I'm grateful for this prize, I'm grateful to Webster University Geneva, and in particular Oreste Foppiani, for having gone ahead organizing this. Now, I would like to conclude my remarks by showing you a little publication I looked at last night. It is called Geneva and the Challenge of Humanitarian Action in the 1990s. These are the proceedings of our first conference, and that really, looking at the names, unfortunately, I think I'm the only one who is here from the people who spoke and organized this conference. But looking at the subjects, looking at the conclusions, I think it was worth the effort. It was worth the effort because it is a témoignage for Geneva. It's a témoignage for all the humanitarian actors. Some of them gave up their lives, some of them gave up their security, and I would like to thank them, and I would like to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Otto. And thank you to the IR faculty, which sponsored this prize. Thank you very much.
Shall we take a picture?
Okay, thank you very much. The next prize will be, it's a biannual prize in 21, but now it's time to, and I invite all our colleagues to submit their scholarly monographs. The first session will deal with the role of new technologies in combating illegal or inhumane businesses. So I warmly invite the panel chair, Admiral De Giorgi, and Michel Vauthier, one of the three speakers, to join the podium. Unfortunately, for an emergency issue, Colonel Vautravert will be on Zoom, and Mr. Nigli will join us at 11 sharp, because he has something to do à la grande rue, as they would say here in Geneva. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to start in a few minutes as soon as we organize here the presentation technicalities.
Just a second. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, before, let me just make a short introduction here. The session 1 is about the role of the new technologies in combating illegal and inhumane business. The first speaker is Michel Vuittet. He's ambassador of the Order of Malta to monitor and combat human trafficking and associate professor of international law, Department of International Relations, Webster University, Geneva. He's also vice president of the International Institute for Humanitarian Law in San Remo and president of the Collège Universitaire Henri Dunant in Geneva. And the title of his presentation is High-Tech versus Human Trafficking. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm no more vice president. I've been for 12 years, but I'm Geneva representative of the Institute, but nevertheless. So, thanks for inviting me again for this 25th International Conference. Indeed, my message is we need to use all technical tools that could help to identify, protect, and rescue and rehabilitate victims of human trafficking. And indeed, with the Order of Malta, we have been working for years to raise awareness about human trafficking, to share best practices, to promote action on behalf of victims. And I shall speak briefly about human trafficking in general, then about the use and misuse of technology in relation to human trafficking, and in conclusion, I'll make suggestions on how to better use technology in preventing and combating human trafficking. And so, if we want to set the stage, allow me to briefly say a few words about human trafficking. Because human trafficking actually is a form of contemporary slavery, is a universal scourge. There are more slaves today than ever in history. It's a phenomenon present in all countries and often invisible. It affects between 40 to 60 million people in various forms. And those various forms are forced slave labor in agriculture, construction, domestic work, fisheries, sexual slavery, forced and early marriages, forced motherhood, forced organ transplants, child soldiers, sale of children, worst forms of child labor. And then we can see that slavery generates 150 billion US dollars of illicit profits for traffickers every year. 50% of slavery victims are in labor slavery, 37% in forced marriage slavery, 12% in slavery, 71% of victims are women and girls, 29% men and boys, 25% of slaves today are children under the age of 18. And if we look now at the UN, the new UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery, Professor Tomoya Obokata of Japan, recently highlighted the reasons behind the persistence of modern slavery in today's economy and the need to make consumers and businesses aware of their responsibilities when they buy cheap products and services which result from slave labor. And indeed, technology could definitely help us in monitoring supply chains. And now, give me examples of high tech used in the framework of human trafficking. Obviously, telecommunications, smartphones, computers, electronic devices, artificial intelligence could be useful to identify victims, to monitor financial activities, information technology, and especially mapping tech, GPS, satellites, and internet, of course, websites and social networks. And we have to say that high tech can be misused by human traffickers and also can be used to prevent and combat human trafficking as well as to rehabilitate victims. Let me first start by the misuse of technology by traffickers. And indeed, you see some examples of how high tech is misused by human traffickers. Identify potential victims on social media, by online chat, in establishing a relation of trust, and then trapping them in exploitation. Second, to recruit victims and customers, I put quotation marks, for online pornography, sex and labor trafficking. Third, to recruit, advertise women and men for sexual exploitation. Fourth, to advertise deceptive labor recruitment and also fallacious deceptive migration opportunities. Fifth, to advertise and control victims of slave labor through GPS. And then also to hide traffickers and exploiters through online anonymity of criminals and financial proceeds. And last, to facilitate illegal organ transportation and exploitation. And allow me to give you an example. This is an American example, and you see it's interesting that was done by the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, so in Florida. And you see it does not deal only with TikTok, but it deals with all those apps parents should know about, which could be used by traffickers to attract victims into trafficking. And obviously, WhatsApp and others are very well known and unfortunately should be drawing more attention or more precaution. Then, also, I'm happy to say that ICAT, the Interagency Coordination Group Against Trafficking in Persons, mentioned in the introduction of a 2019 document entitled Human Trafficking and Technology, mentions that the development of technology has had an important influence on the crime of trafficking in persons. And here I would highlight this, presenting both challenges and opportunities. While technology is frequently misused to facilitate trafficking in persons, its positive use can also help practitioners combat trafficking, such as by aiding investigations, enhancing prosecutions, raising awareness, providing services to victims, and shedding new light on the makeup and operation of trafficking networks. Taking this into account, future success in eradicating human trafficking in its many forms will depend on how countries and societies are prepared for and equipped for harness technology in their responses. End of quotation. And let me add also that technology can improve coordination between different stakeholders. ICAT, whose membership includes UN agencies, regional and sub-regional organizations, is an example of a platform using technology to exchange information, experiences, and good practices on anti-trafficking. Then, if we look how high tech can be used to prevent, to combat human trafficking, and also to protect and rehabilitate victims of human trafficking. Then again, apps, applications, and tech tools can raise awareness, can help identify and support victims, especially through training. and also aiding investigation. I will give examples through operations management, operations research to support trafficking prevention and intervention efforts by elevating a mass of decision alternatives and providing actionable insights. Enhancing prosecution through data aggregation and analysis, through evidence gathering with satellite imagery. I will give you an example. Geospatial mapping, especially useful to identify remote and high-risk sectors, through artificial intelligence and facial recognition to identify victims and traffickers, and the use of blockchain to monitor supply chains. Then, a good example is this business coalition, Tech Against Trafficking. Tech Against Trafficking is a coalition of technology companies collaborating with global experts to help eradicate human trafficking users, and it uses technology to prevent, disrupt, and reduce human trafficking, and to increase and expand survivors' access to resources. Then I would like to say that obviously technology can also be used to develop public-private partnerships to prevent and combat human trafficking in the digital age. And an example is this roundtable convened by the Council of Europe in December 2019 with representatives of governments of member states, law enforcement officials, business, and civil society. Then this is an example of the use of high-resolution satellite imagery given by the International Communication Union, whose headquarters are next door, to provide evidence of human trafficking on high seas. Also, OSCE, the OSCE is quite active against human trafficking, and published in May of this year with the business coalition just mentioned, Tech Against Trafficking, a comprehensive list of technology tools. The role of technology in countering trafficking persons was discussed in July 2020 in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. Also, I would like to say that the US government has developed applications for not only for the government, but also professionals and the general public to identify goods produced by slave labor and to monitor supply chains. And I would say to take stock, I would like to quote this article published by the World Economic Forum in October last year, which soberly states, so far, the outcomes has been mixed. And as the title of the article writes, it's time we harness big data for good. Okay, the challenge. The challenge is indeed to sift through massive amount of data to identify and rescue trafficking victims. And one example is this investigative tool named Spotlight. Through this tool, investigators could gather insight from millions of data, identify previously unknown victims, reallocate time to recover victims. You see here one example of Spotlight, and you can access this on the web. Well, again. Then on a global scale, I think it's important to see that in December 2017, IOM launched a global migration data analysis center with the Economist Intelligence Unit. Okay, Economist, of course, that's this periodical in London, and also with the support of the governments of Germany and of the United Kingdom. And on human trafficking, it underlines that, I quote, one of the greatest challenges in developing targeted counter-trafficking responses, and measuring their impact is the lack of reliable, high-quality data related to the scale of human trafficking and the profile of victims. Then, allow me also a word on the role of academic research, and possibly that's also an appeal to my colleagues of Webster University and other universities, and to say that the role of academic research on high-tech and human trafficking should not be underestimated. And here is one example, a publication of the University of Southern California, Technology and Labor Trafficking in a Network Society. It's not only a general overview, emerging innovations, also a Philippine case study. And now, Mr. President, my last part. What can we do? Again, three key messages. Raise awareness, educate, train. Indeed, as we have seen, technology is a double-edged sword. Nothing new, but we could certainly make a better use of high-tech to promote cooperation, to build networks and partnerships, to create coalitions, and share good practices between all stakeholders. And then I would like to mention them because it's important to have the full spectrum of stakeholders: governments, the UN system, international organizations, regional organizations, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, faith-based organizations, academia, media, private business which are increasingly paying attention, and I would like to welcome this, to ethical auditing and to corporate social responsibility. Then local communities and diasporas, and also last but not least, victims and survivors of human trafficking who shall not only be considered as victims, but should be empowered to participate in their own recovery and in the planning and implementation of prevention and protection activities against human trafficking. Mr. President, my conclusion in 5 points: prevent human trafficking, protect victims, rehabilitate survivors, prosecute perpetrators, educate and train all stakeholders. And those 5 points could be better achieved in combining the human factor and high technology. And allow me one last slide. If you want to know more, I invite you to a free online training course on human trafficking, which you can find on this cuhd.org website. Thanks for your attention. I look forward to your comments and suggestions on how to improve the fight against contemporary slavery and to reestablish the respect of the life and human dignity of all human beings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting and a very nice presentation. So thank you and my compliments. And now we have Alexandre Vautravert. He will address, I see him on video, and I welcome here on this scene. Alexandre Vautravert will address the issue of technology, an instrument of humanitarian action. Is an instrument of humanitarian action? There is a question mark. He is presently editor-in-chief of the Revue Militaire Suisse and scientific director, Center for Military History and Prospective Studies. Alexandre Vautravert has been a senior advisor at the Department of Security of the State of Geneva. He has been responsible for drafting the security strategy and setting up the Security Advisory Council. He is currently responsible for matters relating to police organization, reform, and strategy. He is a colonel of the General Staff and deputy commander of the 1st Mechanized Brigade. And he has been editor-in-chief of the Revue Militaire since it celebrated its 150th anniversary of an uninterrupted publication in 2006. He's also a doctor of history as well as economic sciences. His fields of research and publication are international relations and security issues, the evolution of armed conflict, the evolution of technology, and the arms industry. He has also published extensively on humanitarian issues. He has also organized several annual events, notably the International Humanitarian Conference, the Security Forum, as well as more recent Perspective Forum. Please, here the floor is yours. Now I don't see you. There you go. Okay. I hope you heard that it's your turn now.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
I hope that you can hear me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this lengthy and very full of honors introduction. I apologize for speaking with a mask. I also apologize for speaking from a university hospital not very far from the conference center. But since we are talking about humanitarian action and technology, or technology and health, I'm sure that you will see that there is actually an interesting combination with the fact of being able to speak from a remote location, from a university hospital, and also to celebrate the fact that Geneva is both the humanitarian capital of the world, but it is also an extremely significant hub as far as technology is concerned. If I take just the most obvious example of that, I can take the internet. If we move to the second slide, yes, indeed, in the introduction, you have heard that during more or less 10 years, I have been, before Dr. Fopiani, in charge of hosting, organizing this humanitarian conference. And of course, it's always an extremely pleasant and I think useful pleasure and activity to come back to this particular event. If we go now to slide number 3, let me explain in a nutshell what message I am going to deliver today. And I will start off from the point that my former colleague Michel Veutet has so beautifully made, that technology is in fact a double-edged sword. So yes, when we talk about the history of technology, which was my original field, but generally we talk about, or we imagine the history of the Industrial Revolution, we imagine business history, economic history, the history of electricity and other activities. Slide number 4, please. If you are also an avid reader or an academic, then perhaps the field of the history of technology resonates with the development and the history of weapons of war, and the evolution of warfare. Statistics, I've heard in the previous presentation that something was mentioned about operations research, but we know that operations research has been essentially developed to use or to apply scientific methods to military tactics and strategy. We also look at the comparison of quantity versus quality. We also talk about the advantages of technology in different fields, like for example, in aerial combat, as you can see on this slide. Next slide, please. We do have a problem with the word technology, and once again, I'm very happy that Michel Veutet talked about technology as a double-edged sword, because I believe that there is a fundamental misunderstanding in our acceptance and definition of technology. Indeed, somebody like my estimated colleague Martin van Creveld, who you see on this picture and who taught at Webster University for a number of semesters, says that we have a linguistic problem with technology, a linguistic problem in English. Technology means different things to different people. And perhaps to illustrate this, I will need to use a translation into French or a translation into German, which is also very helpful. Technology is in fact defined as the relationship between technique, or Technik in German, la technique en français, and human organizations. So it is how we use certain instruments. So in many ways, technology is perceived by some as being some kind of deus ex machina, something that we cannot control. I think that this definition is extremely useful because it demonstrates that technique in itself, or la technique en soi, is not really important. What is important is how we choose and how our human and social and governmental organizations are able to use these instruments of technology. This to show that I think there is a very human, an extremely human and social component to technology. And if we look at not only military matters, but we look at societal matters, ethical matters, or even health and medicine related matters, I think that we will all understand that there is an extremely human dimension to this technology. If we move to slide number 6. One author, James Clark, is extremely important because he has showed how business technology and the development of business tools, personal computers, small scanners and photocopy systems and so on, have been absolutely instrumental in the development of the civil society organizations or the non-governmental organizations sector. Indeed, if you follow the demonstration of James Clark, we have moved in the 1950s, 1960s from essentially an administrative-centered intergovernmental framework of organizations to bring humanitarian aid to far away regions of the world. We have moved to a much more lean structure. NGOs are able to use much less personnel. They are much more technology savvy and technology intensive. They are much faster on the rebound and more dynamic. And so we have moved from an intergovernmental sector to essentially a civil society sector, thanks to the development of technology. And here I'm not talking about breakthroughs in nuclear science or anything else, but I'm talking, as I introduced this talk, about the internet, about personal computing, about software, and so on and so forth. So more productivity, more efficiency, and these are things that absolutely we could not imagine today humanitarian action without the use of these kinds of management tools and technology. Yes, technology is extremely important, significant in the health sector and in medicine. We could multiply the examples. I would like to talk about also the logistics, the logistics chain that will be able to bring the right type of equipment to the right place. The tracing of these logistical parcels. You know that Geneva is a humanitarian capital of the world, but it's also a humanitarian logistical hub, and not very far from the airport of Geneva. If you wander in some of the industrial zones, you will see the parking spaces and the hangars where a lot of the Red Cross's ready emergency aid is stored, is prepared for being shipped out. And all of this, of course, requires delivery, logistical management technologies that are extremely important. If we move to the next slide, number 7, we can stay. Sorry. Yes, thank you very much for staying on this. In other terms, excuse me, I also forgot to mention water purification and also identification, and I put the ICRC logo over here because the tracing of people, as Michel Veutet has pointed out, especially with regards to minors and unaccompanied infants and children, this is also something that where technology has helped very substantially.
I will just finish on this slide by saying that, yes, indeed, Michel Veutet is right. There are two views of technology. There's a there's a utopian view of technology, that there will be a scientific solution to every problem. And there's also a dystropic view of technology, that technology is something that we cannot control. We don't know, and we cannot apprehend its effects. And so, yes, there is this ambivalence. What I can say is that until 1945, during the Industrial Revolution period, we have been rather in the Western world, in a utopian world. And as of 1945, with the emergence of nuclear weapons, but also with other environmental concerns, well, we have seen that our social conscience has moved very much towards this dystopian vision of technology, and this is why this conference is so important, to re-establish, reinstate that technology is important in fields of humanitarian action. If we move to slide number 8, please. Yes. Michel Veutet has talked a few moments ago about satellite imagery, and of course I could talk about this. Let me come down to earth and talk about two technologies which have been extremely useful in the area of peacekeeping operations or UN military observer missions. I can talk about my personal experience in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and some of the pictures on the left of this slide are taken from the Sarajevo area. I'll take two examples. One of them is fire direction radars. I'm sorry for using technical terms, but in military observer, UN military observer missions, and also with the peacekeeping interposition forces in the 1990s, the introduction of these battlefield surveillance radars and these fire or artillery radars, such as the one that you see here on the lower part of the screen, have been extremely important, because they are able to say very objectively where has a shot been fired from, what has it impacted, and of course I'm happy to engage in a discussion with some irony, because you may think that it is the bad guys shooting on the good guys. Well, sometimes it happens that the good guys are actually shooting on themselves, and so we have seen this in reality taking place, taking shape. So having a detailed analysis, having a scientific tool or instrument in order to be able to measure what we are really seeing on the battlefield and in peacekeeping areas has been extremely important in these past few years. And of course, without going into satellites, well, we know that there are intelligence gathering devices in airplanes and others. I'm not going to go into all sorts of details, but being able to track movement, the movement of troops or action, the movement even of populations, all of this technical imagery and systematic use of technology has been a breakthrough in the 1990s in peacekeeping missions. If we move to the next step now, I would say that one of the areas where technology has developed the most is in the so-called 4D areas. 4Ds stands for dangerous, dirty, difficult, and sometimes also degrading. So wherever you need to intervene in a dangerous area because of perhaps radioactivity, because of landmines, because of unexploded ordnance, well, those are the tasks where robots or various forms of remotely piloted vehicles are, of course, useful. Here in Geneva, we have the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, and you see some of the pictures and some of the tools, some of the hardware that are used. What I can say is that most of these tools that have been developed in Switzerland over the last 20 years are now remotely piloted, and the imagery and the navigation charts are actually transferred into a worldwide database not very far from Bern in northern Switzerland, so that we have a map of the world of all of the areas that has been cleared of anti-personnel landmines in the last 10 or so years. And this area of humanitarian demining has emerged from Geneva, not only with the Geneva Center for Humanitarian Demining, but other partners. This has proven an extremely a very significant success story in humanitarian action. The next slide, I will be quick on the next slide to talk about drones and the use of drones in peacekeeping operations, but also in disaster relief operations, in transporting much needed medicine. So increasingly, non-governmental organizations have been using these types of drones because they can give you a situational awareness that is extremely rapid and efficient. What you see on the lower left of this picture is a Land Rover vehicle from the Dutch Red Cross that is specifically designed for a rapid assessment of disaster areas after a natural disaster, for example. Here in Geneva, and I don't know if one of my colleagues is going to talk about this, we have a program of developing between now and 2023 an ambulance drone. The prototype will be ready for industrialization and marketing as of 2023. If we go into the next slide, you will see here some of the applications of drones in humanitarian action and some of the applications. Because of time constraints, I'll give you just one more example of the successful use of technology in humanitarian action. For example, in order to limit human trafficking issues, but also human rights violations, we know that the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees has in many parts of the world distributed mobile phones to refugees or asylum seekers so that they may take a picture to show the abuses that they may be victims of, or in order to have a better reach to this vulnerable and mobile population. Slide number 12, please. In the next slide, you will see that one area which has seen extremely successful technological developments is disaster relief. If we could just move to the next slide now. All right, I will continue even if we don't have the correct pictures, but yes, thank you very much. So civil security is something that has completely transformed in the last 20 years from an organization that has been extremely manpower intensive into an area where, well, the manpower is no longer here today, or the manpower is very expensive, and so this has been supplemented or exchanged in favor of much technology. Drones is one, but command and control systems, very much akin, other emergency services, communication devices, and of course, technical appliances and machinery have developed. If we go to the next slide, and this will be my last slide for this presentation, you will see perhaps the directions that we are heading into in the coming years for tomorrow. And just to give an example of one extraordinary meeting and reunion of minds, but also people who are practitioners in the humanitarian field in disaster relief. And if we just show this next slide, this is a, thank you very much. So you see the different partners that are presented on the board, and this has been a yearly reunion of technologies and engineer schools, polytechnic institutes, and all of the activities, research and development in the field of disaster relief. I can say that this has been a fascinating journey these past 3 years with all of these partners. I will just perhaps illustrate the significance of these developments with the opening comments of the initial kickoff conference. Somebody mentioned the following. He said, well, if you consider the Fukushima incident in Japan, the nuclear reactor incident, a number of people, of course, were extremely affected, directly affected by the radiation. Some people, managers, directors, had to send in some of their employees into a situation of certain death. And this person came to us in Brugg, not very far from Bern, and he said, well, can you imagine that at the time of the Fukushima incident, there was not a single robot that was available to do the job? So for everything that needed to be done, you had to send men in their clothes, in their uniforms, wearing a helmet and perhaps the kind of protective equipment that we have for day-to-day activities today. And these people had to be sent in absolutely inhumane and incredible conditions. So we're not talking about developing the next RoboCop or the next Star Wars droid. We're talking about being able really to apply this remotely actionable or piloted vehicle technology to a certain number of equipment that we already have in use, or being able to use drones that can infiltrate ruins in order to be able to go and have access, find access to people who are in need. I will just conclude in the last slide. Yes, thank you very much. With these two words, health on one side and security on the other, you recognize that these are the two most important words, important values, the minute you are on the brink of losing one or the other. So keep in mind that health, security, is so incredibly important, and I'm sure that all of the people who are here will be not only convinced but are working very hard in order to make sure that populations who are vulnerable throughout the world have access to health, have access to security, and technology is definitely one of the tools that will help us give better health and more security to these vulnerable populations. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for this extremely interesting presentation. Now we are going to wait. We have maybe a couple of minutes before the arrival of Mr. Nigli. Meanwhile, I think we can accept a couple of questions for the first two presentations, about the two presentations that we just received, so that we don't waste this empty time. Anyone has any question? Professor Foppiani, oh, there you are. Please. No, I was asking Professor Foppiani if we should start interrogate from here the public to see if they paid attention.
I was just doing the compulsory circular movement to reach the other side of the auditorium.
Okay.
I tried to give the good example. So,
I'm sorry, there is a lady there that raised her hand.
Okay,
no?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. Then Professor Foppiani will follow up.
Actually, thank you very much for this, the first session, which is the most important and one that I really came for. I wanted to ask, I mean, both Professor Voté and also the speaker, Alexandre Vautrovers, given the grand scale of human trafficking and the problem of child abuse in this world, why is it that we do not have a robot that can be deployed, for example, to help a child? Why is it that we are still relying on the cell phone pictures of a human being that's going to take a violation, a picture of that, then is going to have to send it to I don't know where, and then after that, who knows what will happen with that? Because in fact, it's a fact that the let me give an example. But it's a fact that the prosecutions and the law restrictions on child abuse, for example, in human trafficking, are not equal in the entire world, and there is a lot of diplomatic immunity. One case in point is in my own country, a very high official from the OSCE was caught with a lot of child abuse videos in his home. It was noted that he had been abusing children from an orphanage, a Roma orphanage, so vulnerable children in an institution. And this man left because of his diplomatic immunity, and to this date, we do not know what happened to him. This is a case in point of humanitarian or human rights workers in the field abusing their position of power in order to violate the most basic human rights, psychologically and physically, of children. So this is why don't we have more? Why isn't there a universal app that every child? Why isn't UNHCR distributing, or the Canton of Geneva also distributing, working on apps that help children, not just in humanitarian situations, but in situations at the home in Western countries. I mean, I happened to also cover I was a press officer for the UN covering the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and I was perplexed when the Swedish Justice Minister came and told us that one of the biggest problems in Sweden, we're talking Sweden, is men seeking sexual services from children. So this is a huge dimension problem, which we are obviously not dealing with, because the millions of, I just heard today on the BBC that there's 12 million children who are, child marriages going on, and the whole corona situation is making things worse. So what are we doing, and how can we do that in terms of technology to help this number one problem, in my respect, be cured?
Thank you.
No, it's not for me the question. Yes.
No, thank you very much. Very interesting question. Actually, you're right in highlighting the grand scale of human trafficking. And again, the figures I mentioned are estimates, because it's mostly invisible or unseen. Meaning by that, it happens also in Geneva. But still people don't realize that this person working as domestic worker, or this person working in a restaurant, or this person working on a building is actually a victim of human trafficking. And then also one thing is that, for example, in Geneva, they established, and that was thanks to Pierre Maudet, they established a special unit of the police to deal with human trafficking. But it's not the case in every canton, you see? So even in the small scale of the Swiss framework, you can see that you have very different approaches to this. And so then I would say another problem is that shifting categories. You can have IDPs becoming refugees, becoming migrants, but all the way vulnerable to traffickers. And then certain humanitarian organizations will tell you, oh, I'm not dealing with human trafficking. I'm dealing with refugees, IDPs. And you are telling them, don't you realize that before your eyes, possibly, you are watching things which should not be happening? And then, of course, the next answer would be to say, none of our business. We're a humanitarian organization. That should be the police. That should be the peacekeeping forces. And at times, unfortunately, the police and the peacekeeping forces are actually doing human trafficking, you know? One example is that there was a movie about a prostitution network managed by peacekeepers of UNPROFOR in the Balkans. And there is this movie, but actually what happened there is that a whistleblower, a policeman from the US, this woman was put aside because it was embarrassing. No sanctions were taken against those peacekeepers, you see? And unfortunately, that's not the only case. Then my last word is also about children. You're right, children are very vulnerable. But children are vulnerable also within their own family. And it happens everywhere that a family, for various reasons, are abusing children, are selling children. And then how do you deal with that without being, intrusive and so on? So that's why I was ending my intervention in saying we need training of all stakeholders. Because stakeholders first need to be able to identify victims and traffickers. Because obviously victims are not, raising hands and saying, look, here I am. Traffickers for obvious reasons also don't boast about their traffic. But still, if flight attendants, if immigration officers, if judges, attorneys at law, even teachers are aware of how to identify victim and where to report this victim, so that this person could be able to be sheltered and rehabilitated, that would be a good step, a first step. And that's why I think I was asking you if you have good advice for this. I would be happy to talk with you anyway. I would be happy to talk with you about this over lunch, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I think Mr. Nigli has arrived, and I will. You what? Yes, of course. Mr. Nigli is currently Deputy Secretary General at the Republican State of Geneva. His mission is to create conditions for favoring the emergence of new sources of growth as well as innovation, and also to strategically position Geneva as a global hub for innovative digital governance as well as for sustainable and regenerative economy. Among the many achievements that Mr. Nigli has reached in his professional life, I'd like also to highlight that from 2007 and 2012, he was chairman of the WTO Government Procurement Agreement, which was worth 1.8 trillion a year in market access opportunities. And in the same capacity, Mr. Nigli concluded a landmark diplomatic mediation between China and Chinese Taipei in 2009. He also led the accession process of China, Jordan, Armenia, and the Ukraine. So a very important diplomatic and, I would say, in general, a commercial achievement. So Mr. Nigli holds first-class honors, master's degrees in economic history and international relations, and has studied at the universities of Geneva, Aberdeen, as well as Graduate Institute of International Development Studies. He is also fluent in many languages, I have to say, with a certain level of jealousy, in English, French, German, Swiss German, and possesses a basic understanding of Russian. So, пожалуйста, товарищ. Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and very happy to be here, very honored to be able to participate in this conference, and thank you so much for having me. Usually you would want to come in at the beginning and to listen to all of the speakers, essentially just soak up as much as you possibly can, because we can always learn. Unfortunately, my schedule is incredibly tight, and that's why I'm coming in so late. So I apologize certainly for not having been able to follow the previous discussions. When the organizers offered me this opportunity to talk a bit about Geneva's legacy, but also the opportunity in terms of adding to what we've already done in terms of tech and humanitarian action, I was very inspired indeed, because there is so much to say. But then you very, I think, wisely told me you have 15-20 minutes, so no Castro type 3-hour intervention here. No, it's okay. So delighted to be here and to talk about Geneva, the future of humanitarian action, technology, and to essentially start, I'd like to get back to legacy, and this brings me, in fact, not to the shores of Lake Geneva. It brings me to the shore of the Thames and to what nowadays is northern Italy. So, first, northern Italy. When Henri Dunant saw the horrendous results of the technology advanced capacity of warfare in Solferino in 1859, he and subsequently he and his Geneva-based network was innovation, and set about a process that led then to the Geneva Conventions and to the establishment of the International Red Cross. Once again, it was technological change happening in warfare and the capacity to kill, and then an innovative response of a Geneva network as a follow-up. Second example, the shore of the River Thames, London. We are year 1830, and Lord Palmerston, at the time Foreign Affairs Minister, I mean the equivalent of it, of the government of Her Majesty, he got the first telegraph. Before that, messages were sent by horseback or pigeon or whatever. So he got the first telegraph. His take on that was, my God, this is the end of diplomacy. 1830. Telegraph was starting. Technological change. In fact, it wasn't really the end of diplomacy. It was, on the opposite, quite clearly the beginning of what we nowadays do call multilateral diplomacy. Because to manage the flow of exchanges across the borders at the time with the telegraph, you needed an international organization. You couldn't just do it bilaterally. And that led to the ancestor of the ITU to be founded, first in Paris, and then it got back to Geneva. So once again, technological change, a response, and Geneva steps up here. So managing the effects of disruptive technological change on humanity has been at the heart of Geneva's DNA ever since. This is our proud legacy, but it also needs to be, and I'm pretty cautious with the word, but it has to be our obsession. It has to be our obsession because each day, when we wake up, we should ask ourselves this question: what can we do to be proud of this proud, what can we do to be worthy of this proud legacy? What would Henri Dunant have done if he would have lived in the 21st century? This is certainly the question. Not every day I do ask myself that question. I have to confess, some of the days it's harder than others, especially when I go in very late with shifts, night shifts to finish work. Next morning I'm not having so clear ideas, but I try to ask myself this question very, very regularly. What would Henri Dunant have done in terms of innovation, using technology, using what we have at our disposal to make a difference, to innovate for the sake of a better future? Frankly speaking, there is indeed, why has it to be an obsession? Because frankly speaking, there is no shortage of work to be done. To say that the world is on a bumpy ride is an understatement. Think climate change, think biodiversity loss, the pandemic. But more than just the health issue, the economic and the social consequences. Inequality, discrimination against girls, women, minorities in general. I could add lack of sanitation. About 4 billion people have no access to proper sanitation, or very minimal access to sanitation. Health impacts, environmental impacts, discrimination impacts. All of these grave issues, and I could name so many more, will most unfortunately lead to more friction, more conflicts, more displacements, whether internal or cross-border. And to get down from the macro to the micro level, because I think as policymakers we never have to forget who at the end of the day we have to serve. To get down to that micro level, this is going to create more suffering and therefore more humanitarian needs. The sheer size of these challenges can easily lead to despair, especially if one remains focused on the size of the problem, on the multiplicity of the problem. But there is another individual and collective way to go, in my opinion, which is to contemplate the solutions and the opportunity. Each and every challenge can be transformed into an opportunity. And I'm an optimist. There seems not to be anything making sense, as Churchill once said, and I therefore look mainly at the opportunity, not to ignore the problem, but to sort of try to shift from the problem to the opportunity. What does make me feel opportunistic at the moment? Let me offer you 2 or 3 Geneva-based examples of what we can accomplish if we use new technologies for more than just stakeholder value and profit. Tomorrow, we have to think about purpose and profit, not profit and stakeholders. That's really, really key. I think that change is starting to happen now, and that's really encouraging. The first of these examples really has to do with digital trust. When you think about our human experience, our human storytelling, trust is really critical. Think about what happens if there is a lack of it. Anton Chekhov once said, "You must be able to trust and believe in people or life becomes impossible." Technology, which is not deterministic in nature, needs to be deployed purposefully, and not just for, as I said, for profit, if we want to build human-centered, trustworthy, sustainable, and value-based societies. And this is why, and I'm coming to my example, we just created the Trust Valley with our neighboring canton, the canton of Vaud. Geneva and Vaud together just created this Trust Valley. What do I mean by that? This platform will focus on bringing together all of the public and private actors specialized in cybersecurity traceability, certification, cyber forensics, everything that generates trust in this cyber sphere. This is so important because that cyber sphere has extended so much in the last 10 years, and obviously COVID has been a further accelerator of the digital wave that is indeed engulfing us. So we want these people to come together, to start collaborating, maybe through co-petition, maybe through alliances. We want them to collaborate better, to launch audacious coalitions or projects together, not just for Geneva, not just for its region. It's for the world. It's because global governance will be a huge part of this work we are launching. Talking about launching, next week we have the phygital launch of this platform, the 8th of October. If you're interested, kindly do let me know, or the organizers. It's a hybrid event with plenty of opportunities to catch the action online, so stay tuned and do kindly register. I'm gonna follow up with the organizers so that anybody interested in this can get in. Ultimately, we hope that the actors who are taking part, companies, but also academia, government, civil society, together they will generate plenty of innovative ways to generate trust, to improve what we can deploy on the field, and essentially also to direct combat against illegal and inhuman businesses, which I think is the main focus of this session. The second of my examples really focuses on this very specific point: combating illegal and inhumane businesses with new technology. And it focuses on an often overlooked issue having to do with modern slavery. Universally, we do condemn it. Locally, we do certainly prohibit it, goes without saying. But yet, we most certainly all do buy it one way or another. We perhaps don't even know about it. Most certainly we don't know about it. But in the value chains, these practices, think about, children labor, human trafficking, forced labor, servitude, all of these things sometimes get into this value chain, and it's a huge problem. We are, in this context, developing capacity to use technology to combat this. And if you haven't really heard about, one example of a company, of an NGO dealing with this is Slave Free Trade, headquartered in Geneva. It's a tech-focused Swiss non-for-profit association which aims to foment a new global economy exclusively for goods and services proved to have been made without harming anyone. This is Rights Tech. Rights Tech, the marriage of tech to enable and enforce human rights project building. And it really will help us to combat these things with modern technology. I've just been told I have 5 minutes, so I have to speed up. I'd like to just say, as a compliment, that Article 1 of the Charter of the UN states that one of the main purposes is to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of an economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian character. And in my opinion, technology driving the fourth industrial revolution offers new and powerful opportunities for the international community in general, and particularly for the large part of the global governance that is based in Geneva. And in my opinion, it really is fundamental that we do this paradigm shift, that the older organizations, those having a legacy of 100 years or more of work, get accustomed to these new technological frameworks, and that new entrants do enrich this ecosystem. What also makes me feel very, very optimistic about the ecosystem, not just concrete examples of what we do, is really this appetite for multi-party engagement, multidisciplinary approaches, and above all for breaking out of silos and aggregating expertise to come up with strategies that can snowball into greater positive outcomes. As we enter the second century of multilateral cooperations on the shore of Lake Geneva, this international city must reinforce its status as an international campus, not just for negotiating things together. We also need to be an international campus of innovation for good, and work with more stakeholders. In this world marked by a massive expansion of data flows, we should also be able to study existing relationships in depth via the sophisticated analysis and dynamic presentation of data using groundbreaking visual analytics tools. Because if you want to cooperate, often you have to look into data sets on where the biggest opportunity lies, what has already been covered properly and what is left to be done. And in this context, for an ecosystem building purpose, it really is important that we use technology too. So depending, and this is going to be my conclusion because my time is running out, depending on which decisions we collectively make to address the two ontological challenges of our time, climate change and the way we use technology, the 21st century might well be our finest or possibly our darkest. Digital technologies can revolutionize our ability to provide innovative solutions and generate positive knock-on effects in almost every area of governments. Technology for humanity quite clearly must play a formidable role in accelerating the transformation of business models and the integration of purpose, as well as the addition of negative externalities into the fundamental value creation equation. This progress can have a positive impact on people's lives and accelerate the transition towards a more sustainable future, in particular by accelerating the implementation of the UN SDGs, which have the potential to bring about real progress for humankind and enormous sustainable economic opportunities, not for the few, but for the many. We spoke a bit about legacy. We spoke hopefully more about the opportunity, because we have to look ahead. We have to be eager to really make that change. So we are standing on the shoulders of giants, of inspiring forefathers. Let's now keep on working full steam to create the next big chapter together. Thank you so much.
Well, excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nigli. And I think we should find some time for some questions. What you say, Professor?
We're running a little bit late, but there is time for 1, 2 questions maximum.
Okay. Anyone?
Sir.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do that directly or if I have to.
Oh, it depends. Who are you asking the question? Your question is
all
for?
3 of you.
Oh, okay, good.
That's easy. My name is Colm McDougall-Hunter. I'd like to ask you, not reply to what Mr. Nigli said, but maybe have a suggestion. When he asked that very good question, what would have Henri Dunant done today? And I'd also like to refer to the excellent remarks made by Ambassador Verte, so the two are linked. May I be radical? I used to work for UNCTAD, and I now call the phenomenon of poverty underdevelopment. And you, Mr. Nigli, mentioned so rightly global governance. And I would like to send that back to you very politely by saying global misgovernance. Because my question is, isn't the cause of all these, no, one of the major causes of migrant flows leading to market victims for traffickers, isn't it misgovernance? Isn't it corruption? I know for corruption you have to do two, it's like a tango, corruptee, corruptor. But surely we could, Henri Dunant might have said, one of the epidemics today, not COVID, but basically is corruption, because it's undermining all the efforts of doing good, and hence humanitarian disasters when good is not being done. And I simply ask the question, if journalists like The Guardian, like New York Times, and investigating journalists can get hold of the FinCEN files, which shows us basically how much bad is being done in the financial sector. And here we are sitting listening to Admiral Biselia spending 90 billion euros on arms. I'm sorry, but I think that we could spend those 90 million, although it may be a very good cause, but from me, as an ex-UNCTAD official, I think that that money would be better spent finding out where the cause is of this misgovernment. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Okay, that's a very dangerous question or remark, because there is so much to say about this. I would agree with you. The corruption issue is a really big one. And this leads me back to what you most kindly referred to at the very beginning. Between 2007 and 2012, I had the honor to lead this negotiation at the WTO related to government procurement. Government procurement, it's about 15 to 25% of global GDP. Mm-hmm. Think infrastructure, think schools, hospitals, the difference makers, especially for the most vulnerable in societies, those who need it the most. If you put in place instruments which are leading to make it more hard for this money to essentially get from the public pocket to the private pocket, or just to be misspent. Corruption is one thing, mismanagement is another, but it's the two sides of the same coin, in my opinion. Obviously, you can make a big difference. And while the member states of the organization of the WTO were really focused quite a bit on the market access side, the opening of new commercial opportunities, I did essentially come up with I had to listen and I had to lead this negotiation, but I made sure at the time that we were properly focusing on the anti-corruption element of this deal, because it really makes a difference if it's harder to steal the money. But that's only the first part of the answer, because for a very long time, my frustration at the time was, how can I verify how people do implement what they sign on? And you spoke, and I like this point about misgovernance. I think it's a very good point. But we also have had up to now mismanagement of the implementation capacity verification. And that's where technology, once again, really plays a big role, where we can have a paradigm shift. If you are capable of having a more granular understanding of how people then do implement these decisions they are binding themselves into, suddenly you can trace things. Once again, you need technology to analyze a lot of data, and then you need technology to visualize it. And in my opinion, that technology cannot be a for-profit technology. You have to have a for-good scheme. And that leads me to the work of one of the first Nobel Prize winner in economy, Elinor Ostrom. She worked on this concept of the commons. And we need, I think, to think, if we want to combat the global misgovernance, to coin your term, we need to start working so much more on what global governance, digital commons we need to put in place to better verify, to better trace, to better certify what people do, but also to help the different organizations to get out of the silos. There are tons of data in each and every international organization. Nobody really works on putting those data sets together. We are trying. I'm working on a project around that issue at the moment. So we are getting there. But there is still some way to go. We are fighting.
I just received a text message. Occur's director would like to reply to your question from the audience.
Perfect.
Just to clear up what Mr. I remember the name said, because what he said I consider is an somewhat emotional statement, because we should think about what military expenditure are for. It's not just for arms. He talked about arms. It's not just for that, because I mentioned about the dual use. A lot of stuff is used also in civilian applications, which would be spent anyway, that kind of money. Then we forgot the employment. This money allow a lot of people working. Then we forget also to say that thanks to the military assets, everybody, in the Mediterranean is like a fireplace now, and our assets are very busy for migrations, we know very well, and we cannot do it by normal, civilian ships only, civilian ships. Libya, the protection of borders, Lebanon, Syria, and something else I'm sure will happen. Unfortunately, that area is a very, very dangerous area. And then also the military assets are very important for the protection of our borders and also other borders. When ships go or airplanes go to the Persian Gulf is for humanitarian stuff and for protection, for exporting democracy, all these things. But I don't want to make political discussions. I will just reply that it's very easy to say that we spend too much money for the arms. This is very understandable, but we have also to understand why we spend that money and what are they for. This is my reply. Thank you very much for listening to me again.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral. I think that we are running out of time, I think. So we should move on to the next event, which I understand is the coffee break, right?
Yeah. Please join us for the coffee break following that direction. On your right side, there is the restaurant and coffees and croissant waiting for you. Thank you. Okay.
There you go. Take another one. I want to sit there.
Running 15, 20 minutes late. Please join your seats. Let's start panel number 2. Thank you.
Alors nous allons commencer cette deuxième session de la matinée.
We're going to start the second session of the morning. We're going to start our second panel based on health, medicine, technology.
Second session of the morning, and on the theme of health, medicine, and technology. So I thank you to be here and to be ready to listen to those different presentations. You have received the program, and also as we are a little late with our time, I will directly beginning to present Dr. Mr. Rossi, who will speak to us and present a video on Almanac, the use of technology to reduce child mortality. To fulfill the Millennium Development Goals to reduce child morbidity and mortality at the end of the 19th century, the WHO and UNICEF developed the Integrated Management of Childhood Illness, IMCI, an algorithmic approach to support primary healthcare workers in conducting consultation in children under 5. In 2015, the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute, Swiss TPH, transformed the IMCI in a digital application called Almanac. Initial clinical trials showed a reduction in the use of antibiotics and an increased recovery rate compared to paper IMCI. In the same year, the Swiss TPH and the ICRC entered a partnership to operationalize the Almanac. Today, they are jointly implementing Almanac in the World PHC network of the Admiral state in Nigeria, and are implementing in the ICRC-supported PHC clinics in Somalia. So welcome, Rodolfo Rossi, to speak to us about this innovation and exciting program.
Thank you, Professor Maya. My name is Rodolfo Rossi. I work as a primary care program coordinator in the International Committee of the Red Cross since 2001. I'm Italian, nobody's perfect. I'm an epidemiologist, again, nobody's perfect. And I've been working in HQ since 2016, after 15 years in the field, mostly in Africa, but also Middle East and Afghanistan. So as the Professor Maillard said, the Millennium Development Goal foresaw an objective was to reduce child mortality. Therefore, UNICEF and WHO developed this. This is the algorithmic approach we were talking about. Does the child have fever? Yes, no. If yes, do this. If no, do that. So that was an excellent idea because it could guide non-doctors, mostly nurses or even only community health workers, in conducting consultations for children under 5, mostly in primary care setting, mostly in rural areas, mostly in Africa, but also in Asia and Latin America. The idea was very good because this can rationalize the use of drugs and can guide the health worker to reach the most plausible diagnosis of children, therefore provided the most appropriate treatment for this diagnosis. Therefore, reducing child mortality. We remind what are the main killers for children under 5: malaria, diarrhea, pneumonia, malnutrition, not COVID, but the other 4, yes, okay? So now, the problem with this was that it's static. Can be a poster in the wall, but some countries adopt it and have it as a booklet, like of those game booklet, okay? If the child has a fever, go to page 19. If child doesn't have fever, go back to page 12, etc., etc. So it remained static, although the idea was extremely good. Static because disease pattern change, because countries have different epidemiological profiles, because protocols, mostly for the use of antibiotic, change. Therefore, this health worker quite quickly lost interest in using this, in spite of all the investment was done to train them and to implement this in a primary care setting. So, our friends from the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute had the brilliant idea to digitalize this in an Android application. That is, to take the form of a tablet, can be Samsung or any other tablet working on Android, and they put this, but with the epidemiological profile of the country, meaning that if a child has fever in Afghanistan, before considering malaria as a potential diagnosis, the algorithm will prompt you first to exclude pneumonia, because malaria in Afghanistan is relatively rare, is seasonal, etc., while pneumonia can be found all year long. The opposite is in Nigeria, for example, because when a child has fever, first of all, you check that the child does not have malaria before, and then if the child is not malaria, can be considered for all their disease that give fever, etc., etc. So every country has a different epidemiological profile. There is a different pattern of disease in countries. And then can also be applied the national protocols of the Minister of Health. So, for example, if in a country is using one given type of anti-malarial drugs, it will appear there. If another country is using another one, the other protocol can be applied here. So it gives this opportunity. But one most important thing that the use of this has helped is in data monitoring and collection. Through this, in Nigeria, we found out outbreaks of cholera and diarrhea in Nigeria within few hours. And we could inform the local health authority that in that health center, they were registering an increased number of diarrhea cases. We managed to rule out outbreaks of measles within few hours from Switzerland, although this was used in Nigeria. I will explain a bit more how it works. So the Swiss TPH conducted clinical trials, and they showed in Tanzania that this tablet reduced increase the probability of recovery within 7 days after the consultation by 5 to 10% compared to this within 7 days of the consultation. So we entered in this partnership, and we had to do some assessment to implement this. We went first to Lebanon. I was a medical coordinator there, so I received the assessment. And there it was not possible, simply because this in Lebanon was not existing. That was the base to start. And other assessments were done, Afghanistan and Nigeria. So we started in Afghanistan in the Afghan Red Crescent Society clinics in early 2016, but we had to stop for security reasons. We lost 7 colleagues in Afghanistan in 2017. That were killed, 2 were kidnapped, and then they were released. So therefore, this needs, at the initial phase, our presence to follow the program, to see how it is implemented, to correct potential mistakes. And we start in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we started in December 2016. In spite ICRC is an emergency organization, we launched ourselves in a development project. It was early December 2016 with a colleague from the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute. We were in the room of the State Minister of Health in Adamawa State in Nigeria. So when the local Minister of Health saw this, said, that is great. You know, how many clinics do you want to implement this? The 4, 5, 6 that the ICRC supports? Adamawa, Nigeria is the biggest country for population of Africa. We are over 200 million people. In Adamawa State, there are 5 million people, and that means almost 1 million kids under 5. And they are served from 400 by 403 primary care clinics. If we want to have this, we have it everywhere. So since then, we launched ourselves in this development project, and of course, there was a lot of preparation to be done before. If there is a mistake in this algorithm and brings to the wrong diagnosis, one thing is to consult 1,000 children per year. Another thing is to consult 1 million children per year. Data protection. If someone can hack this, how do we minimize the loss of data? How do we better protect the patient we want to serve? Other things, like other research that we conducted and we are still conducting. So therefore, today we have implemented this in more than 300 clinics in Adamawa State, so we are almost there. The good thing is that by the end of 2021, the ICRC will not longer be the owner of this in Nigeria. The local health authority will take completely over this project. So it has been a project with a beginning, a development, and there will be an end by the end of next year. So just to give you some results, in Tanzania, for example, 84% of the consultation under 5 ended up with a prescription of antibiotic. After the implementation of Almanac, only 15% of the consultations ended up with the use of antibiotics. Similar results were achieved in Afghanistan, 85% before and 32% after. And again, similar result in Nigeria, 70% before and 16% after. I have to change my spectacle, I'm getting old. Now we are also trying to conduct in Nigeria the same type of research that the Swiss TPH conducted in Tanzania. We are going to measure what is the impact of this tool in reducing morbidity, namely in improving recovery rate after the consultation, comparing the clinic that already have this with the clinic that will have this within early next year. So the potentiality of this, we want to expand the potentiality of this. There are contexts where we work, where we are at a great risk, where we cannot go in the field. This is, for example, in Somalia. I worked for Somalia for 2 years, between 2007 and 2009. We were based in Nairobi. In 2 years, I managed to go to Somalia only 10 times. And I was working only for Somalia. So in Somalia, we support a network of over 30 primary care clinics, and we are starting there. Last week, we implemented in the first 3 clinics. For us, the challenge will be, would this be our eyes in the field when and where we cannot go? This is for us to discover, hopefully in the coming couple of years, because for humanitarian danger for humanitarian organizations are increasing. We are soft target, so, and it's not, we always read and hear that humanitarian works are attacked in conflict setting. So our challenge is this, and I think I concluded. Am I on time? Yeah, but don't. I will have. I hope I have triggered your curiosity for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rossi. It's really an illustration of how you move from static to dynamic, creating, and with so many efficiencies. And I like your sentence, our eyes in the field where we cannot go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we will move to the presentation of Professor Flahaut, Antoine Flahaut. He's the Director, Institute of Global Health, University of Geneva, and the co-director, Swiss School of Public Health in Zurich. He will present us on the updates on COVID-19 at the end of the summer 2020. Thank you very much, Dr. Flau, to be with us. And today you had to change, not being able to be here present, but you have settled everything, so we will see your presentation on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair, for this invitation to present some updates on COVID-19 at the beginning of fall, I should say, now 2020. My first slide will be the just released risk map of the epidemiological situation of this COVID-19 in the world. The risk zone are the red one, as you can see, very few orange zones which are almost at the end of the outbreaks, many red zones in the world, in the North Hemisphere, but also in Latin America and in India and Nepal, with some, of course, heterogeneous situation between Europe, which seems to start a new wave, maybe a cold season wave of COVID-19, similar as those which were experienced in Australia or in South Africa, and of course also in South America last July and August. Same situation in Canada. In the USA, the situation is a bit different. It's a bit more contrasted than what I mentioned. If I focus more on the United States, there are some at the West Coast, some remaining green zone, if I can say, but most of the country is starting again to increase its incidence. In Europe also, the situation is contrasted. It's not completely red. And in Germany, in Italy, in Nordic countries, except in Denmark, there are still safe zones, if I can speak about safe zones, since the circulation is everywhere currently, but it's much more worrying in Spain or in France. There are different patterns. I will show 3 different patterns which needs to be clearly understood for the moment. All this work has been done possible thanks to the collaboration with the Swiss Data Science Center, which is a joint venture between EPFL and ETH Zurich. And there are 5 data scientists working full-time for months now, 7 days a week. We run our simulation and our models on the supercalculator, supercomputer from Lugano, which is the biggest one, which is the biggest in Europe, for 11 hours per day to run this simulation for 209 countries. And we only want to foresee, to predict, not after 7 days, not beyond 7 days. So our 7-day prediction is what we do believe is the most achievable and reliable predictions we can provide today. So for instance, on the left side, you have the Western Europe, where one country, it's the United Kingdom, but I would say that Spain and France would be in the same situation. Maybe the situation, if you zoom the mortality, it is beginning to increase, and that's what is a source of concern in the UK, and it's more prominent in Spain and in France, south of France today. So we do not speak about second wave until there is a real increase in deaths also, and not only in cases. So the upper part of this slide is the increase in number of cases, when down you have the number of deaths, if you can read it. In the middle, you have India. India has experienced a first wave, you can say. It's still in the midst of the crisis, not controlling it currently with a strong increase also in death. Of course, it is reported, so it's probably below what is the actual figures, but at least it gives some impression. And on the right, you have, on the right panel, you have the USA situation, which never completely come back to a safety zone during the summertime, which is completely different from the European situation, and probably due to the lack of enough control measures as they were implemented in all Western Europe countries. If you see the potential for a second wave, you can just look at the South Hemisphere. And in Australia, they experience clearly a second wave of morbidity, the upper part of my slide, and second wave of mortality with 3.5 more deaths at the second wave than at the first one. So second wave may occur clearly, and that's the same for South Africa or Argentina. So if we see about the scenarios for the upcoming months, there is, of course, a couple of scenarios. The Northern Hemisphere seems to move forward towards a second winter wave. The South Hemisphere is more problematic, and maybe it's not sure that Sub-Saharan Africa will experience a big wave. I did not comment about Sub-Saharan Africa because there are a lot of gray zones. We don't know, they do not test enough to be reliable, but there are many reports saying that there is not really a huge pandemic currently occurring in Sub-Saharan Africa. In Indonesia, in Latin America, it's not clear for the moment. What are the options? In fact, there are a couple of options which are all derived from the theoretical epidemiology, the mathematical models which run on our computers. And the famous R0, I say famous because in the lay press they are talking a lot about this theoretical epidemiological parameter, the reproductive rate, which is the number of secondary case per index case, is a product of three parameters: the probability of transmission, the contact number, and the generation interval, which is in fact something like the duration of infectious period. It's not possible for these last parameters, the generation interval, today to reduce it. We want to reduce R0 below 1. Below 1, we don't expect any more a pandemic trend. So if all countries succeed to reduce the R0 below 1, like New Zealand or Australia currently, they will no more experience until the R0 is below 1, any new wave. So in all the countries try to reduce this R0, these are effective. And how can they reduce it? They reduce it by lowering the probability of transmission and decreasing the contact number we can have between susceptible and infectious. You want to exclude those who are carrying the virus and who are contagious to those who are wealthy. So how can you reduce the probability of transmission? By short-term individual measures like protective masks and washing, physical distance, ventilations, avoiding crowds, shortage, duration of exposure, and also not talking, not singing, not shouting when you are in a theater like yours today. The contact number, how can you reduce the contact number? By lockdown, but lockdown may be strict like in China or in Australia or in India or in France, in Spain, in Italy. Can be soft like in Switzerland, like in Germany or Austria, and can be self-lockdown like in Sweden. And that consists of promoting home office, closing schools and universities, restricting of gathering. In Sweden, they restrict gathering above 50, limitation of movement, closing bars, restaurants, non-essential business. All these measures are options among the others. And there are also what I meant by personalized social distancing, which is testing, tracing, quarantining, the contacts and isolating the carriers of the virus. The absolute priority is the elderly. You can see here, when you are below 50, you have almost no risk of death, almost zero. It's only above 50 that you carry a risk of severe complications and death, mortality, in case you catch the virus. And of course, above 80, it's a very dangerous disease. So there are three kinds of disease. Those in red, which is as dangerous as Ebola in Western Africa, those in orange or yellow, which are a very severe disease, much more severe than influenza, and the green zone, which is for all the youth, which in terms of mortality at least is something which is less serious than a seasonal cold. What are the routes of transmission? We have learned a lot this summer. There are a lot of arguments in favor of aerosols. And aerosols mean that indoor transmission is much more prevalent than outdoors. There are no clusters outdoors. Super spreading events in bars, in restaurants, in cars, in abattoirs have been seen, observed all over the summer. And super spreading is very similar to non-aerosol disease, with high R0 of super spreading. One super spreader may spread to 20 or 25 or sometimes 100 of people, for instance, in a wedding party. Poor ventilation helps transmission. Poor ventilation is difficult to define. What is, it's usually you need to ventilate and to renew totally the air in a room 6 times per hour to be safe. So poor ventilation is very frequent and difficult to maintain. The transmission in healthcare setting, the similar viruses transmitted by aerosol, like all the SARS, the other coronavirus known, influenza also. The fact that the virus have been seen to be infective, we have some cultures of virus formed in aerosols, so aerosols are infective. Infectious viruses have been detected above the distance, physics distance of 1.5 meters. We should stop to say don't wear mask when you are when you can ensure the distancing. It's not enough. The distancing is not enough. It's good, it's important because there is close proximity which is consistent with the aerosol, but we also need to wear masks. The importance of singing and shouting, which is when you sing, you produce 50 times more aerosols than when you just breathe. And when you speak, you produce 10 times more than when you breathe. And there are some animal models also in favor of that. There is nothing except misconceptions against aerosols today. In favor of fomites, of course, the virus stays infective on surfaces, but there are still a Lancet paper yesterday saying that, in fact, it has not been seen in hospitals where there is a lot of exposure of surfaces of fomites to be infective, and in fact, they were not found infectious, not from cultures. Probably, of course, there were some reports, and one from the UK, which succeeded to reduce transmission by 16% by a very intensive hand washing program. So we still need to promote hand washing, but it is not the dominant role. There is nothing against fomites as a route of transmission, but there is many arguments against its importance. The lipid enveloped viruses will not survive long on your hands, so the probability that you are contaminated by your hands from a fomite and that immediately after you put your hands on your eyes, on your mouth, on your nostrils is low. It is often that you put your hands on your eyes and so on, but usually not immediately after having been contaminated. It's lack of luck, I would say. And also now most agencies do not consider that fomites are dominant road for transmission. in favor of large droplets, which is a third road of transmission, of potential transmission, is that you emit large droplets and ballistically they drop, they fall on the eyes, the nostrils, and the mouth of someone who is very close to you, less than 1 or 1.5 meters. This is what would justify the physical distance mainly. But in fact, it's probably a very, very rare way of transmission. That does not mean that we should not keep distance, because the physical distance is also very important for the aerosols. If you want to have a clear understanding of what aerosols means, because aerosols of coronavirus is a bit virtual for us, difficult to visualize, but we know very well one aerosols, which is very visual. It is smoking tobacco. So the smoke of tobacco is typically the kind, or even of vape, the cloud of vapors are typically aerosols. And they stay, the smoke of tobacco stay, of course, close to the smoker. So the closer you are, the most exposed you are. So the physical distance is needed. But the smoke can go beyond 1.5 meters because it can stay in a closed room without ventilation for hours. And my last slide will be something to help people avoiding COVID-19. So, of course, most of us know these messages, but maybe we should remind them. Avoid crowding, avoid crowding. So the crowd environment should be avoided. The less people who may be carriers, even asymptomatic carriers, of course, should be as low as possible. Avoid indoors as much as possible. If you can meet your grandparents outdoors, it's much more safer. Avoid low ventilation. So ventilation has been reminded yesterday by Chancellor Merkel as one of the cheapest way to fight against COVID-19. So ventilation, ventilation, ventilation. Avoid close proximity, so keep this physical distance. Avoid long duration of exposure. It seems that below 15 minutes of exposure in a bus, or even when you cross someone in the street, you don't have a lot of risk. The more duration and the more the risk. Avoid unmasked situations, so keep mask everywhere in closed settings, indoors. Outdoors, it has never been proven, but indoors, it is very, very effective. And avoid at least singing and yelling, and as much as possible talking. So it's not very pleasant messages, but that may be sufficient enough to avoid COVID-19. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for all this meaningful information and recommendation. And now we will listen to Dr. Walker MacDonald. She is a technologist, lawyer, and strategist with more than 12 years of global experience in the aid and development space. Before joining DIAL in 1920, Laura was Director of Innovation at the Global Alliances for Humanitarian Innovation, GAHI, where she led an organizational strategy process, guided the development of collective platform on data ethics, and oversaw research on new technologies like blockchain. Laura holds her LLM in International Development, Law and Human Rights from the University of Warwick, UK, and also in French and German from the University of the West of England, United Kingdom. She currently sits on the board of the CDAC network and is a member of the DC Childcare Collective. And today she will present digital development. And I hope so. I hope we will have the connection.
I think there is another tech issue. We're trying to connect with her right now. Probably we can have a couple of questions about the presentations of the first two speakers.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fopiani. So, to you, if you have questions to Rodolfo Rossi or Antoine Flahaut. Yes, over there. So you have a question? Yo, okay. Okay. So, can you express your question?
Sure. I think my question is relating to some confusion in the second presentation on COVID. In one of the slides, the title stated United Kingdom, India, and USA. But when we looked carefully, the middle one, the India, I think the graphs had the subtitle Argentina, Argentina, Argentina. So I looked carefully at the number of deaths which do not correspond to the deaths in India. In India, the deaths are exceeding more than 5,000 every day, whereas in the slide they were in hundreds. So can it be clarified whether it was a mistake or it's only the title which is different?
Professor Flahaut, are you still with us? Okay, so maybe we keep...
I think that there was an issue. With the Zoom connection, there was an issue.
Also with
with both of them, yeah.
Okay, so we keep your question if there is a new contact. Do you have a question to Rodolfo Rossi or Dr. Acido?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. Oh, me? Yeah. I'm curious as to when they use the app, you say that there was a huge that the use of antibiotics went down like from 80% to 13%, something like that. I'm curious about what is the question in the app that help have this result, because that seems to be quite a significant issue that even in our society is not is not so controlled.
Thank you for the question. There are two main reasons first. Okay, the clinical reason is that, first of all, antibiotics need to be reduced, not only reduced, but rationalized. Okay, so now, the WHO set some standards in terms of antibiotic use. In primary care, WHO set a standard around 30%, should not exceed 30% of the consultation in primary care should end up in a prescription antibiotic. So there is already a standard. The fact that the antibiotic is overly used, I mean, if health worker could use already this properly, antibiotic prescription would be, to a certain level, quite rational. The second reason is that is linked somehow to the perception of people. They think that antibiotics treat everything. Okay, so and this we know is wrong. For all viral disease, there is no antibiotic working. Okay, in many cases, antibiotics is completely useless, if not even dangerous. Because if we think of the public health long term in terms of resistance, etc. Now, in Nigeria, we saw that using this, people trust much more the health worker. The doctor is using a computer, so he cannot be wrong. That was the perception, you see. So it's quite fun if we think of, because what we want is that the health worker still keeps his judgment, maintains his judgment. Otherwise, anyone becomes a doctor. You have this in your pocket, everyone becomes a doctor. It's not true. But in the eyes of people, we're talking about a very rural area, in the eyes of people, the doctor is using this, so it cannot be wrong. So therefore, if the doctor said there's no need of antibiotics, because this said there's no need of antibiotics, so there's not a specific question in the algorithm. It comes to reach a diagnosis. If we talk about malaria, there will be an anti-malarial. If we're talking about typhoid fever, it brings you to a diagnosis of typhoid fever, yes, there will be an antibiotic. If it is diarrhea, most of the cases, no, etc. So people start trusting this when they say there is no antibiotic needed. It's quite fun that we need to reach some reduction in the use of antibiotics through the belief more than through the science. But whatever that means, thank you. Please.
I have a question for you, very simple. After your implementation survey, which presumably was very positive, are you now rolling this out to other countries in Africa, Asia, etc.? And on sort of what priority basis? Because it seems to be a very practical and useful tool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. There are, on one side, if we see that this is beneficial, on which ground I would deny millions of kids to be treated through this, compared to this or not even this? Okay, so we have an ethical question. Then we have an operational question. The operational question is, okay, we tried in Nigeria, we are succeeding, so we see that we are able, if we want to implement a development project, in a more stable area. We're not talking about Borno State, we're talking about Adamawa, which is just below, which is much more stable than the neighboring Borno. And now we are starting in Somalia. So we have just started, last week we started in 3 clinics. In Somalia, we aim at implementing it in 11 by the end of 2021. And then we will see what comes out. But what is going to be important for us in Somalia is that in Somalia we don't have access. It's very rare that we have access, so it's very rare to conduct training for the staff of the clinics. It's very rare to supervise and guide them. So is this going to be our eyes in the field? That was our main challenge, the main question we want to answer. And then I cannot, as a coordinator in Geneva, I cannot impose this in the field, to expand this I cannot impose. I can simply welcome and make it known to among my colleagues and among other partners so that this can be implemented. Now, of course, in our radar, there are countries in our radar where child mortality is extremely high, and then where this tool could be used. Combine this with the fact that we have limited access to improve quality of care. In our radar, there is to start back in Afghanistan. We were due to do an assessment this year, in 2020, to see if it was possible to start it again in 2021. Unfortunately, the COVID stopped this assessment. It stopped a lot of things, the COVID. And let's be clear. There will be more people dying because of access to normal care than the COVID itself, like it was for the Ebola in 2014, 2016 in Western Africa, and mostly among children. So in our radar we have Mali, in our radar we have Yemen, in our radar we have South Sudan. Let's see, South Sudan mostly in terms of child mortality, Yemen and Mali mostly, and Afghanistan mostly in terms of our access, and access of humanitarian workers to support the work of the healthcare workers in primary care. But what is the radar is not necessarily what is going to happen in the foreseeable near future. This is what we are aiming at.
So, Dr. Godessa, another question? Yes? For you? Who wanted to ask still a question to Dr.?
So we are working very much with obstetric fistula, and this is related to child mortality very much too. Would it be possible to insert informations about care or how to examine a woman before she gives birth? I think that would be very helpful because you speak a lot of African countries where this is prevalent. Thank you.
There are quite a lot of number of parallel projects to this, not necessarily in ICRC. I don't remember the name of a small NGO here in Geneva who runs a similar tool to support the conduction of an antenatal care consultation. Okay. And then I know the British Medical Journal has a project also in Nigeria for non-communicable disease. The difference is, in child, it's about data protection. First and foremost, why we started with children. And I tell you why. Because we don't record any data of the child. We just put the age and the weight, and if it is a boy or a girl. We put the sex of the child simply to see if there is a discrimination in bringing girls to the health center or not. Otherwise, children under 5, from a clinical perspective, are angels. There are no diseases that touch more a boy compared to a girl or vice versa. You see, so even sex would not be necessary. So this is a guide to consultation. It's like having an electronic encyclopedia in your book, in your pocket. When we talk about antenatal care or non-communicable disease, you want to follow the patients over time. Here, treat only acute conditions, so it's not a guide, it's not a patient file. For antenatal care, or what you were raising, or non-communicable disease, for example, or adult disease more in general, you want to follow the patient. You want the patient to come back, and it's your electronic patient file. So if there is it's a loss of data in terms of protection of the individual data is much more dangerous. Okay. For the moment, that's why we launched ourselves first in this. We are happy to explore other paths because there are not only children in the world. Okay, we talk about children, was the next generation, so important. But there are not only children. It's not acceptable that a woman who is pregnant dies during childbirth. No woman should die during childbirth. So if risk can be identified before, almost all maternal death could be avoided. And if there is good referral pathway. But again, it's the first time we launch ourselves in similar things, so we wanted to start from something that, from the data protection perspective, poses less of a threat.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that if we don't come up.
Other question? No? We still have connection difficulties with Dr. McDonald. And as I have her presentation, it's in French with highlighted. I propose, and depending on our time, to begin to say to you, some of her material in terms of digital development. She made principles she sent. And if by the time I'm speaking, we will have the connection, we will just move on. But she did prepare on digital development and that to concevoir,
to design.
She gave different items in terms of illustrating how that can be done. And to be very direct, to be sure that the conception will, people will be attentive and that the conception will be attentive to the need of the group and to options which are adapted. And also to understand the existing ecosystem. That's the second principle. To really dialogue with the user and with the cible and the target. And also study, research already done. To coordinate with other organizations. To be sure that the initiative is fit with the politic and in terms of technology, legal, and regulatory. And to implicate members in the community, to conceive it at the scale and for a generalized adoption. So it's planned, elaborated, keep conception simple, and also concerning the choice of technology to reflect if they ease the process or they are making it much more difficult. And that's some of the recommendation. And now it's to construct for the durability, to plan to be durable at the beginning, to elaborate a definition of durability for this initiative, to choose and begin to implement a durable operational model. Of course, he emphasized the dialogue with the local authority and to integrate strategy, national and the programmation, to cooperate and to build a strong program could be adjustable depending on the evolution of the ecosystem and the need of the people who are the user. Another principle is to be guided with data. And here it's, do you have the connection? And to conceive programs with where we can evaluate, the outcome, and also to contribute to all things in terms of communication, to present the data in a format that facilitates the interpretation and the action as visualization of data, to create a culture of the use of data, and to have a global approach to the collect and analysis in data. In another principle, it's to use the norms, data, social and innovation open, and to invest in logical as a common collective and common good collective. Development of new program and with open source, and so that everybody can have access to it. And to allow innovation in with a lot of free exchanging, without restriction, collaborating mostly, and creating conjunct option if needed. So, of course, to ensure confidentiality and security, I will not go through all those details. We can go if you have questions. To collaborate also is one of her main points. So I just read and translating in English what I had in French in terms of the principle of this digital communication. And so I have to ask do you have a connection with Dr. McDonald?
No connection. If you could just...
I have a question.
And the question would, once we end, just then we end, and then we reconvene at 2:15.
Okay.
No connection, unfortunately.
Okay. So do you have still question in terms of principle of digital innovation concerning techniques? I think it's another way to support what we heard from Dr. Rossi, and also what is important when we hear the recommendation of Professor Flau, I think to his last slide, that's to have an information in a very fluid way of communication and accessible for all. And I think her principles are inspiring in terms of building up a program or wanting to develop really digital communication, and how we heard all the benefit for population, for individual, for groups, for association, to spread. And I think the idea of letting it open source and available to everybody, and that it gives us a possibility to have immediate return about our action, and also to see and have eyes, as you said, Rodolfo Rossi, in the field without being able to be there, and that's very important. So, in case we don't have connection, no, so we will end up this session.
Reconvene at
and to come back. Now it will be lunchtime, and you are invited to come back for the afternoon session at 2:15. I thank you for your presence. I thank you, Oreste Fopiani, for all this organization. Thank you, Jobin, for your participation, and Webster University for one time again be able to link this day 25th international meeting. Thank you.
J'ai amené des petites... Si les gens veulent, je peux les laisser.
Ah oui, et il y a des documents ici.
There are documents here given by Dr. Rossi on Nigeria that pick up on the important points concerning Nigeria, and I will give them to you.
Begin. First of all, I hope that you had a good lunch pause and you had a good lunch. We are opening the third session of this interesting conference on humanitarian and security. And the topic of this session will be the unexploited potential of high tech to predict and assess humanitarian needs. Seems to be an interesting topic, especially in the area of digital revolution. And in these days, we saw how much potential had high tech for making us working from distance. So it should have some impact also on other aspects. So I'm Kaveh Salamatian, I'm professor of computer science at University of Savoie in France, and my area of interest is mainly cyber strategy and the strategy of actors in the cyberspace and understanding how digital revolution change our world. So I'm quite happy to chair this session. So in the session we will have 4 talks. 3 that are in presence and 1 that is remotely recorded. And therefore we can begin with the first presentation that will be online and that will be presented by Veronica Waini-Niziosi. Sorry for my bad spelling if I've done a mistake. And Veronica is a Foreign Service officer in Kenya and a researcher on international peace and security. And she had done research focusing on new technology and innovation in peace operation, armed conflict, and the transformation of warfare, and other area related to digital revolution. So she will give a talk on diffusion and adoption of new technology in peace operation. You have the floor, and we are very happy to hear you. Thank you very much.
I think it's on, right? Okay, so a very good afternoon to you all. I hope you can hear me all. And welcome to the afternoon sessions. My name is Veronica, as you just heard, and I will be speaking about the diffusion, adoption, and use of new technologies in peace operations. And just to start a bit fast on the issues that I will be looking into and sharing with you this afternoon. I think I lost that. I lost that. No? I don't know what you say because I don't have the same thing. Yeah. I just need to have my slides on.
Yeah, give me a second.
Right. So very fast as he sorts that out. So I will have a brief introduction, and then I will take us through the rise in technology development and the technological gaps in peace operations. I will also zero in on why this research on the diffusion element of peace operations and technology is important. And then now we'll dive into the actual diffusion and adoption, and we'll look at 2 case studies very briefly in Mali and in Somalia. And then to wrap it up, we'll also look at the risks, the challenges, and the implications in relation to new technologies and how they affect the diffusion of technology in peace operations. And so the international community, and particularly the United Nations, has often used peace operations to address international peace and security questions. And largely right now, we're seeing peace operations being mandated to protect civilians. We are seeing peace operations being mandated to prevent conflict. And we are seeing a rise in the number of peace operations after the Cold War. And currently we have, as we see on the next slide, we have about 14 peace operations across Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Europe. And so on the flip side of that, we also see a rise in technology development. And with this, it's not just the digital technologies, but we also are seeing the technology development across robotics and all this. So there is the concurrence that if peace operations leverage on new technologies, they can really improve how they do their work, how they protect civilians, and also how they keep their forces safer. And we see this concurrence from the United Nations itself, from the final report, which is called the Performance Peacekeeping, the final report of the expert panel on technology and innovation in peace operations. And we have that quote by them: "No mission can be expected to succeed in today's complex environments without an ability to innovate and make effective use of new technologies, and no advantage should be withheld for those working for the cause of peace." And we see this also from the top brass in peacekeeping operations. We cannot continue to afford to work with 20th century tools in the 21st century. And in 2015, we need to reform and modernize peace operations because today's complex conflicts demand it. And this was a very crucial meeting because during this meeting, it's the time when the United States committed to support peace operations with state-of-the-art technologies. And we're seeing this revolving around the Texas concept. We will go into that a bit later. So the paradox is, if we have all these technologies on one side, and we know we can apply them to peace operations, the question is, why haven't we applied them? And so this forms the essence of this research, to understand the diffusion process. So despite this omnipresence of advanced technology and applications to our daily lives, the United Nations peacekeeping remains well behind the curve. Why? Could the process of diffusion and adoption give an answer to this? And so this forms the basis of this research and presentation. And principally is to look at theoretical lenses to understand the diffusion and adoption patterns of technologies in peace operations, but also to continue to the ongoing research on the nexus between peace operations and new technologies, because we see a lot of research on new technologies on one side, peacekeeping on the other side. So this is a contribution to the nexus between the two. And then we see a lot of research focusing on UN-led peace operations. So also to have a look at what is happening at African Union-led operations or regional organization-led peace operations. And the UN is leading most of the peace operations, but also we see other players, either coalitions of states or regional organizations. So looking at the dynamics within these bodies also gives a better holistic view on what is happening in technology and peace operations. And so to understand what is happening within technology and peace operations, you must first of all understand what is happening within the peace operations themselves. And so we see a very big evolution of peace operations. You're seeing the transition from largely observation missions to now stabilization missions with more multidimensional missions with an increased mandate to protect civilians. We see threats and operational challenges, a big shift there. Peace operations are deployed where there is no peace to keep. This is a common statement. And the ID challenge and the VBID challenge increasingly in peace operations. We see very complex and very robust mandates. And then the organizations leading the peace operations, the UN is a very significant player, but increasingly, again, the regional organizations. Trends in contributions. So states can give what the UN asks. They can give less depending on their capabilities, but they can also carve out niches on what they want to contribute to, recalling the 2015 assertion by President Barack. So contributions also is the shift also with the personnel contributions. We're seeing a lot of shifts around that area, but also we're seeing shifts with financial contributions also to the peacekeeping missions. And then a very crucial element is the budgetary allocations of the major TCCs to their military and defense sectors and how that affects the trickle-down effect of technologies into the peace operations that are eventually deployed in. So when you're looking at technology gaps in peace operations, you're looking at them principally in 4 areas, and I'll speak to the first one and the second one. Very increased, wide, complex, robust mandates, and the limited means to achieve them. And we're seeing a big gap between technology capabilities of either the TCCs or the PCCs within respective missions, and then between the UN and institutional partners it's cooperating with, and between the UN and some of the parties it's mandated to monitor. And so if you're applying these new technologies to peace operations, some of the areas where they can really make a difference in making the work of peacekeepers easier, safer, and faster, it's in force protection, protection of the mission personnel, monitoring and early warning, and increasingly generating accurate and precise intelligence. And a very crucial element, protecting civilians, but also protecting the forces as nighttime attacks become a very frequent element. So just a number of technologies that have been applied to peace operations. I will not speak to all of them because there are very many, because I need to jump to the diffusion element. But increasingly, the drones are becoming a widely used capability in most of the operations to improve situational awareness, surveillance, and observation capability. And for missions deployed in areas where you have a lot of IEDs, when these drones are equipped with change detection software, they can really be crucial to detect ordnance, explosive ordnance. And these are some of the other technologies well applied to some advanced national militaries, but also which could be very potentially useful to peace operations. And when you're looking, for instance, at the UDVs, they can detect, they can transfer data, and they can do an actual mapping of the area where the ordnance was detected. And the unmanned ground vehicles, they're very, very useful for areas where you have hostile terrain, so not to expose the forces to the hostility, and continue do the surveillance, continue do the detection, and also the target acquisition. As I mentioned a bit earlier, this is a photo of the Swedish contingent in MINUSMA. So nighttime attacks are becoming increasingly being conducted against civilians, against the forces. So technologies like image intensification systems, the thermal imagers become very, very increasingly useful in this area. And of course, advanced helicopters for reconnaissance missions, for surveillance, and for also sharing joint tactical information when equipped with digital connectivity. And these are additional technologies. I cannot list all of them here, but very, very useful. We have crisis mapping technologies, especially for protection of civilians, which is becoming a very crucial element of most missions. And also anti-material weapons, especially where you have missions where you have intrusion from vehicles bearing the VBIEDs. This becomes a very crucial technology to help slow down the movement of these vehicles, especially if they're not authorized into a region. So to understand the diffusion and adoption process, there are different models that people have applied. But for this particular research, I applied the diffusion of innovations theory. And why this theory, why I found it quite attractive is the multi-dimensional elements around it that it gives to explain diffusion of innovations. And it has the four different elements. It has the innovation. It has the communication channel, which is the model through which peace operations get to learn about a particular technology. The time, how much time is taken before peace operations decide to adopt a particular technology. And very crucially, the social system, which is the set of interrelated units that come together and decide to solve a particular problem. For peace operations, the social system here, we're talking about the TCCs, we're talking about the TACCCs, we're talking about the host countries, the decision makers, innovation, decision types, norms, and mandates of peace operations. So within the innovation itself, according to the theory, we have 5 characteristics of an innovation that may determine whether that innovation is adopted or rejected. When you're looking at the relative advantage, you're looking at the perception of a technology in relation to the one that just preceded it. And if a technology is perceived to bear relative better advantage, the rate of adoption goes up. And the relative advantage could also be pegged to the cost of the particular technology. And complexity, we're seeing that peace operations tend to adopt technologies that are not super complex. Observability speaks to the element that if you have observed, if you have used potentially in the national capacity, then there is no element of surprise. So you're more likely to adopt if you have observed before, and that is close to the trialability. If you have also tried, then at the national capacity, then the transfer to the peace operation level is more likely, the higher rate of adoption. Compatibility, a very crucial element. How compatible is the technology maybe to the operational terrain? How is it compatible with the skill sets of the end users? How is it compatible to the weather patterns also? So that's a brief, that's a very detailed explanation of that. But in addition to that, a very crucial element is the environmental sustainability question also, which I added to the 5 characteristics. So peace operations affect the environment they're in, but also the equipment and technologies are affected by the environment. So in line with the greening the blue concept, if a technology is more green, the higher the probability of adoption. The social system we've seen is the interrelated elements that come together to form, to solve a problem. So for peace operations, technologies are flowing in as contingent-owned equipment, as UN-owned equipment, as partner-owned equipment, in letters of assist in cooperation with the particular countries. But also we're seeing triangular partnerships where a particular country partners with a particular TCC or PCC and then the UN to diffuse technology into a peace operation. But essentially also another avenue that could be explored is the use of the United Nations Technology Innovation Labs. And because it's very, very expensive to generate the whole process of production of a new technology at a peace operation level. So using these labs would be an in-way or an in-gate to generate some of the technologies that are speaking to very particular needs of a particular peace operation. And then again, prioritization of innovations and new technologies in peace operation. And this is within manuals. And of course, we're seeing the current COE manual speaking to the challenge of IDs, to the challenge of more VBIDs, and including this within the contingent-owned equipment manual. So that is a positive step. So when you're looking at the communication system, communication channel, which is the third element of the theory, we are looking at the mode through which information about a particular technology is being conveyed to a peace operation. And this could be in different ways. It could be at the intra-mission level, maybe where different contingents share this information. It could be at intermission communication level, where you have peace operations operating within areas with the similar challenges, sharing information about a particular technology. And then also it could be through the role of technology scouts, who are very essential in bridging the gap between industry, between the peace operation, and between the leadership of peace operations. And also increasingly through the role of peacekeeping operation technology symposiums, with the current series being organized by the United Nations currently. And then the time element, the last one, how early or late an innovation or technology is adopted or rejected. And here, there is the question of adopting technologies when they're most needed. So just a quick overview at what is happening in Mali. The mission is facing very complex asymmetric threats, especially with terrorist activity and IEDs. And some of the technologies, the mission has managed through its very good partnerships and through some of the very sophisticated innovations within the mission to contribute to technologies in relation to intelligence, force protection, reconnaissance. And also, it has also benefited from learning from Iraq and Afghanistan from some of the TCCs participating in the mission. But there is need within the mission also to foster the intra-mission diffusion for different TCCs and PCCs to learn from each other. These are some of the technologies being used within the mission. And I will very quickly look also into the African Union mission in Somalia, which also has very similar operational threats as MINUSMA, and where the terrorist challenge is very alive and where the IED challenge is very alive. I leave that quote from Antonio Guterres. I think it really speaks to this, where he says, I remember Mogadishu when Al-Shabaab controlled half of Mogadishu. AMISOM had no helicopters, no night vision systems, and armored cars that were vulnerable to the weapons of Al-Shabaab. And AMISOM soldiers, women and men, and AMISOM police were fighting to protect our global security. And they're doing so under United Nations Security Council mandate without enough support and unpredictable funding. So that really speaks to the situation there. So most of the technologies adopted into the mission tend to be those compatible with the mission needs. But also they tend to also come in through increased partnerships that the mission has, and increasingly as contingent-owned equipment. But still, some countries within AMISOM are bringing in extra equipment for force protection. And there is increased cooperation with UNSOS that manages the logistical base of AMISOM. So some of the risks and challenges that also affect the adoption of technologies and the diffusion of technologies is, for instance, the hostility element. And this can be from belligerent actors, but also sometimes from the national actors. So if a host country could object to particular technologies, as we've seen with some countries objecting the use of drone technology within their regions. Another security consideration is the question of cyber attacks and intrusions, especially on data related to civilians. How well do we protect this data to ensure that the data that we generated at first to protect civilians does not end up threatening the same people that we got it to protect? And then also very, very important is some peace operations are operating within regions where you have also drones, I don't want to call them killer drones, but you have drones that have been used to target some elements. So how do you distinguish between an unarmed drone being used by a peace operation and the one that is being used for peaceful means? So there is need for increased public information campaigns by peace operations to address this negative narrative. There will be political considerations also, where some countries are increasingly and this relates to the consent given to peace operations. They're increasingly doubtful over the neutrality of some technologies. So this is also an element that could draw in a lot of resistance to some technologies. Legal considerations, where does the data go? Who uses the data? Can it be admissible for legal evidence? And so conclusions, I will share this very, very fast. New technologies definitely enhance the efficacy of peace operations, and we've seen this across situational awareness, generating very crucial information and for data analysis, for observation, for night operations. But then there is need for varied technologies beyond ICT, beyond surveillance and monitoring and observation technologies. Increasingly now, we need more technologies for counter-IEDs and VBIDs, which is becoming a major threat. And technology is not a panacea to all problems and challenges that peace operations are facing. So increasingly, we will need other solutions to the broader spectrum of challenges peace operations face. And the human element will continue to remain very, very vital, especially when engaging with civilians, and also the need to reinforce signals intelligence, imagery intelligence. You will you need the human element to reinforce that. And a very, very last conclusion is to ensure the improved technological uptake in peace operations. There is need not just to focus on the technology itself, but also on the need to focus on the peacekeeping operations themselves, but the broader social system that addresses peace operations. I thank you all for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Veronica. The questions and answer session is planned at the end of the session, so we are moving to the next presentation that is about remote data collection, the experience of the International Committee of the Red Cross, that will be presented by Filippo Minozzi, that is an analysis and evidence advisor for the ICRC. Thank you very much, Filippo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon. So I'd like to start from July 2019. I was in Djibouti. I was invited to a workshop that had the objective to understand the way in which we could have had less exposure with more impact in Yemen. We realized that the only way to do that was to have a solid monitoring and evaluation system. And the only way to do that was to rely on remote data collection and third-party monitors. So when I came back to Geneva, I discussed with my colleagues, and we agreed that this was a challenge for Yemen, but it was also a challenge for many other contexts where we work and where we have limited access, or where we expose ourselves to some risk. Hence why we decided to look at what other actors were doing in similar situations. We look at our internal experience before that and what we had done in similar situations in the past. And then we decided to work on a global solution. And the global solution started from creating some guidance document that could have been applied in the field in any context across different challenges. This guidance documents start by defining what remote data collection is for the ICRC and for the humanitarian sector. And we defined it as a process by which information from the target population, object, or condition is collected without being physically present in the area of interest. After that, we define a rationale. The increase in need to get timely and reliable information to first understand the general situation, to monitor inaccessible and hard-to-reach areas, and to gather data at high frequency and at a lower cost. So, as you can imagine, this was the case for Yemen. But we look at several technologies to try to address this problem. We started from maybe the most simple ones, so tools that are based on mobile communication. We started from computer-assisted telephone interviews, so basically calls, interactive voice response, or IVRs, and SMS. We then look at social platforms and the internet, where today we can rely on social messaging platforms, crowdsourcing-based tools, and big data-based analytical platforms. We then move into satellite and aerial imagery, where we can rely on satellites themselves, but also on drones or unmanned aerial vehicles. And finally, we look at the Internet of Things, or basically interconnected networks of devices capable to capturing and sending information over a network. We then look at our internal experience before that. And it was relatively limited in terms of remote data collection. We had experience in post-distribution monitoring done in Libya from Tunisia through telephone interviews. We had similar experience in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where through SMS we were conducting our post-distribution monitoring visit. And then limited experience in program monitoring in Yemen itself, a quite strong risk management unit in Kenya overseeing Somalia's operation. Some web-based monitoring in Colombia was done for the assistance to Venezuelan migrants. And then at that time, there was a concept note for drone-based monitoring of ICRC work in agriculture. But then COVID came. And by the time we had our guidance sent out to the field, maybe a couple of weeks before actually COVID was declared a pandemic. So it was quite timely, I would say. And then places where we already had limited access before, all of the sudden, we had any. We had any access there. And so this was a specific situation that we didn't know anything about it, so we really needed to collect information to understand what were the needs in the field and how we could have responded. So based on this, we launched a global survey. We call it COVID-19 Impact Survey. It's a survey that is done through phone calls. So maybe the most basic technology that we had available at the moment. But it's a survey that managed to reach 24 countries where we operate, interviewing around 5,000 beneficiaries among our beneficiaries. And then we had an average time of data collection per country of 6 days. This basically meant that in 6 days, we could collect the needed information to plan our response in each of these 24 countries. The key findings of this survey are quite concerning, to be honest. I'm not going too much into details, but 79% of the people that we interviewed reported having lost or having seen their livelihoods affected, either through a loss of job or to reduced income. And only 53% of them reported having regular access to markets where 89% of the people reported a price increase of the most essential commodities like food and hygiene items. The most concerning data for me is the fact that only 6% of the people we interviewed had enough savings to cope with a crisis like COVID that would have not lasted only a few days. And 53% of them had already started using or resorting to coping strategies that were irreversible and affecting their food consumption. So beyond these results, we learned a few things from the deployment of this tool during the COVID crisis. One, the first thing is the fact that we were used to think that if something is cheap and fast, it can't be good. Or if it's cheap and good, it can be fast. Or if it's good and fast, it can be cheap. And actually, we broke that paradigm because we managed to get something that was cheap, fast, and good at the same time. Secondly, even the most conservative among our staff realized that there are some moments in which there is no choice and you had to rely on technology. And this technology gained trust among them. And in some instances, they are actually, even if they regained access to the field, they're still complementing some of the information they collect face-to-face with remote data collection at the moment. The other thing is that historically we do our situation analysis ahead of our planning for budgeting purposes, and that is often based on either the data of the year before or experience and estimation. With this exercise, our teams in the field realized that within a couple of days they can get sufficient evidence to actually back up the planning for the coming months. Again, another thing is the fact that we did have a set of 4 different types of remote data collection tools available, as I was showing before. And we actually ended up resorting to the simplest one of them, phone calls. And that is because simple is good. Simple was good enough for this type of exercise. And I would say it was actually the right choice rather than investing in very sophisticated tools that would have eventually not provided much more information than what we needed. The other thing is that we are always quite concerned, and I would say rightly so in most cases, about physical proximity to the affected population. In this case, we proved that by having a responsible use of technology, we can still ensure accountability and digital proximity to our beneficiary. And then the last one, the ICRC is a multidisciplinary organization by default in conflict and other situations of violence. And often we join forces across different departments when it comes to implementation. In this case, we had the opportunity to actually plan together from the very first data collection exercise, and that resulted to be a very effective way of cooperating among ourselves. There is one piece missing though, which is an area in which we are investing now, and we are looking at, is what I like to call remote beneficiary management. Remote beneficiary management basically starts from remote beneficiary registration through verification and then to the distribution of entitlements remotely to beneficiary. And that is something that we are looking at, because in the case of any other access issue that we might have in the field in the coming months or years, we want to make sure we have a caseload of potential beneficiaries that we can assist in the moment a shock affects them. Going back to Yemen, today Yemen is one of our pioneer delegations when it comes to remote data collection. 11 staff are in charge of monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. The oversight is done from Djibouti. That includes a hotline that is fully managed from Djibouti itself, a risk monitoring that is done remotely, needs assessment and post-distribution monitoring, and an agreement with the third-party monitor that cover a good part of the country where we have limited access. And so it is in many other contexts where we are working and where we are present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Filippo, for this nice presentation. We can move to the third presentation that will be given by two persons. We have two presenters for one's presentation, and the two people that are going to present are Rebecca Moreno, that is a data scientist in the UNHCR and also an innovation officer there, and Catherine Schneider, that is an associate innovation officer. And the title of the talk would be about innovating with high tech in forced displacement, responding to the need of today and future. Rebecca and Catherine, you have the floor.
Thank you. On behalf of UNHCR Innovation Service, thank you everybody for being here today or tuning in online. As I mentioned, today we're going to talk about some of the work done in responding to humanitarian needs from an innovation perspective. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with what the UN Refugee Agency does, UNHCR is mandated to provide international protection, humanitarian assistance, and to seek long-term solutions for refugees, the forcibly displaced, and those without a nationality. One of the core ways in which we're able to do this is by understanding the needs of the people that we serve. Currently, UNHCR is comprised of 17,000 staff members across 130 countries, serving just about 76 million forcibly displaced, of which 26 million are refugees. And of course, needs vary from country to country and the context that makes people flee their homes. Part of delivering on our protection mandate requires us to systematically conduct analysis of the needs, risks, and vulnerabilities faced by the people that we serve. And the needs are evidence that then informs our programming and advocacy efforts. There we go. Like many of us here, I'm sure coronavirus has definitely posed a large challenge to the way that we do our work. In March, Antonio Guterres called for a global ceasefire, calling for combatants to lay down their arms to focus on the fight against coronavirus. Similarly, this message was echoed by the High Commissioner at UNHCR, saying our priority has been and will always be to stay and deliver for the people that we serve. This posed a double challenge, though. How do you provide certain services to populations remotely, particularly activities related to protection? This required many of our field operations to leverage technology in ways that they hadn't before, looking at remote data collection, incorporating new calls and video elements in order to communicate with different populations. But there are also new elements in the future of forced displacement. These variables are difficult to measure, but are becoming trends that affect population flow in the humanitarian space. These include things like climate change, the rise of nationalism, toxic narratives around refugees, and xenophobia, mixed migration flows, and economic variables that lead to forced displacement, an example of which being Venezuela, where failed economic policies eventually accumulated into a more complex phenomenon that caused humanitarian crisis. We don't necessarily know what the exponential technologies of tomorrow will be, nor what the needs will be of the people we serve, but we are seeing trends. one of the ways in which UNHCR Innovation Service focuses on approaching high-tech solutions is to approach it with accountability at the forefront of our minds. Technology is a tool, but humans are ultimately the architects and designers and need to embed the values and ethics into this work. This provides us as humanitarians and practitioners with the tools to be considerate of how technology is used and how it will be experienced. Even state-of-the-art technology can end with very misrepresentative results if methodologies like innovation and co-designing principles are not included from the start. On the left, you see an example of a social media company that allowed users to target ads and thus amplify things like discrimination against certain groups based on principles. So you have outputs in which maybe are not meant to be discriminatory, but the ultimate result is negative. So our recommendation is, because we don't know the problems that we will face in the future, the only way to tackle these challenges is by using things like innovation and design methodologies. If we jump right away to solutions, we risk producing solutions that are limited by the cognitive biases of engineers, designers, and the people who make them. As an innovation service, the way we approach high tech, like I said, is fundamentally underwritten by the innovation process, incorporating things like human-centered design, co-design principles from the very start before you even ideate on solutions. Every member of the UNHCR Innovation Service has a sort of toolbox in our heads. Depending on the operation that comes to us with our challenge, we're able to pull out things that may be the most useful in designing and ideating on solutions. But many of these tools involve incorporating the users from the start, from the design process, to find that nexus of both desirability for end users, efficiency, and possibility. Now I'm going to pass the microphone over to my colleague Rebecca, who will speak a bit more on the examples.
Thank you, Catherine. And the examples that we're going to provide are examples on the past that we have worked with exponential technologies, who have technologies, but I have to recognize that there's a lot of teams right now on the ground, especially the ones that are working on the COVID-19, that are working a lot on accessing population, especially in areas where there's conflict zones. And I'm working a lot with remote data collections, specifically people that are working for the Global Data Service of UNHCR and the regional teams of Data Information Management and Analysis Unit. So what we're going to present here is our work as innovation team, trying to create some proof of concepts with certain partners on how to push the organization for using and leveraging these high technologies to understand humanitarian needs, or actually trying to predict some of the needs or the population movement, which is the area that we work the most. And a lot of people are high-tech, exponential technologies, what's the difference? I'm just going to be very quickly. Exponential technology is referring to a term where the technology is advancing in computer processing power. So it doubles according to Moore's law, which is not a scientific law, but it's a computer science law. Technology exponentially grows every 3 years, processing capacity or computing capacity. And actually, the cost of this technology decreases. So an example is, for example, your cell phone has more computing processing capacity now than a supercomputer in the 90s, and it's actually less than the fraction of the cost of that supercomputer. So in that sense, we're going to observe a lot of these technologies that are rising in our day-to-day lives as having economic and social impacts that are tremendous, that still are not very well developed, of what Catherine was specifically mentioning, ethically speaking. So even testing those technologies on uncharted territory, which is humanitarian action, it's challenging for us as well. So we do it with these lenses of innovation for us to be able to appropriately adapt it to the operational context that we work. So these are some of the examples: artificial intelligence, augmented reality and virtual reality, robotics, intelligent automation, autonomous vehicles that are already going on the streets, and then Internet of Things, which have worked in the past as well. So one example of exponential technology, specifically artificial intelligence, machine learning, supervised learning in this case, is actually trying to understand, so this is a challenge of the operation. The year that we did this was 2016 with the year of refugee crisis, and we wanted to estimate numbers of mixed migration, like mixed migration numbers, especially for refugees, but in a vessel, nobody has a legal status, everyone is a person trying to flee for their lives. So prior, they were drowning, the vessels drowning. So understanding the rescue operations, where were they moving along the route in the Mediterranean, and maybe there would be, for example, some of the humanitarian vessels that can assist them. Not all the vessels, I have to say, have access to the system, only those commercial vessels, so maybe the dinghies that are like going around the Mediterranean are not possible to track, but those who have, they provide us tremendous insights on the amount of people that they are fleeing before they sink, or actually when they're in distress. So they send this kind of data set, which is, for example, Eastern Mediterranean, Libya, how many persons do they are, where are in the vicinity, and if they are in distress or not. We use a data set of 77,000 unique data points for what we call automatic identification systems, AIS, which is the system data that the vessel sends when they're in distress. That's one. Another, again, with artificial intelligence, but now looking at another data set, supervised learning, which is Twitter. So as you might know, some certain social media have public APIs where you can actually extract data on a simplified base. And this obviously has a problem because not everyone has access to social media, not everyone has access to connectivity even, but still it provides us good insights in those areas with high connectivity where actually people of concern, in our case, potential asylum seekers that could be fleeing because they're actually tweeting or actually posting something about the distress that is happening in their country. And so this was the year 2017, and we wanted to understand what was happening in Venezuela way before the humanitarian crisis actually erupted. So we started to analyze or cross-reference two data sets. One is Google Trend Search, which is aggregated in the regions or areas where people were actually looking for political asylum, or search terms like asylum in Spain or asylum in the US, while combining with post, like you see there, I think it's in Spanish, I can translate, which is something along the lines like, I want to cry, I'm really afraid for my life right now, I love you, Venezuela, but I think I need to flee. And so trying to understand what were the intentions for fleeing and actually quantifying what we call protection incidents or human rights, potential human rights violations in Venezuela using social media. Now, another very special data set, and we use a statistical analysis, so computing power, but with statistics, it could be actually automated also with artificial intelligence for Turk Telecom called Ito records. So this is the records that are embedded in the cell phone tower. So whenever you make a call, the closest cell phone tower will pick up your number and your location where this call is emitted and where this call is coming from. So we had a simplified and anonymized data set from that. Refugees in Turkey have a special identifier because they don't have a national identity, so they put ending 99, so that's why we were able to actually identify who was a refugee, or in this case also could be foreigners. But refugees do certainly live in certain areas. Our challenge, or the problem for Turkey, this was our work that we did with UN Global Pulse and UNHCR Turkey, was to understand what was the segregation, meaning where were these refugees living in urban areas, especially in areas where we didn't have humanitarian services, public services like access to health, access to education. And so understanding mobility patterns where they were living and where they were going to work allows to understand where to place some of these services with priority. So that's mapped more or less on certain areas on how they move. Another technology very useful, especially in those areas with very, very few connectivity, but it was working in Iraq and Uganda. UNHCR WASH team did a system of Internet of Things to measure the water levels of the tanks, to track in real time all the water reservoirs levels. And so you can see here what they built as a dashboard just to understand when, or predict as well, when to actually replenish the water tanks to keep providing water supplies that is a basic need for refugees in camps in Iraq and Uganda. That's interconnecting a land network there and putting the sensors in the water tanks just to keep track of that service. And finally, one of our main projects for artificial intelligence, the technique that we use, data science technique, is predictive analytics, specifically time series AI-based analysis. So to understand and actually predict the movements of internally displaced people in Somalia and cross-border region with Oloado in Ethiopia, so refugees movement, we created Project Jetson to actually just do a methodology to be able to predict how many people were going to come on a determined region at a determined time with 1 month in advance. What we use is very special data sets like climate, weather, conflict data, and of course historical data on movement, on displacement. So that's the website over there. It's just to mention that these are some of the projects that we're actually exemplifying of the work that we have used is innovation. A lot of the methodologies that we have used is trying to adapt them and to give them appropriate to the context. But it's important for us to understand that these technologies are still advancing faster than we do. So we're keep moving and keep advancing. I'll return to Catherine to tell you more about the potential of these technologies.
Yes, like Rebbe said, there is a lot of potential for these high-tech solutions, one of which, obviously, as the Innovation Service, is using innovation methodologies and human-centered approaches to leveraging high-tech solutions. But it also entails things like strengthening coordination, both within a single agency and also between non-traditional partners like academia, private sector, and other humanitarian agencies. It's exploring other non-traditional sources of data, something that we've all had to kind of learn how to do now during coronavirus. It's how we improve research through the usage of non-traditional partnerships to expand the knowledge that we have and the diversity of voices that are included in the design process, and designing more and better policies in places that we haven't traditionally had robust policies like data protection. So where do we go from here? When we're leveraging and designing high-tech solutions, it's important to, like I said, establish partnerships beyond the traditional to broaden our knowledge and include more voices. Inclusiveness is crucial for research and development of high technology solutions. Additionally, it's fundamental to co-design along with the end users. For humanitarian work, this is always the affected populations, including hosting communities. There's a lot of initiatives that are consistently made for refugees and for the forcibly displaced that never actually consult with the people they are meant to serve. So our recommendation as the Innovation Service is if you're looking to build these initiatives or further develop them, is to always include them and to consult and co-design along with them every step of the way from ideation to scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And here we have the last presentation of the session. That is a recorded video from Luigi Boccetti, that is a professor of remote sensing at the Department of Forest, Rangeland, and Fire Science at the University of Idaho. And the talk will be about satellite Earth observation and natural hazard, the case of wildfire. And I expect that it should be diffused now.
Good afternoon. First of all, a big thank you to the organizers and Professor Foppiani in particular for inviting me. I wish I had been able to come to Geneva in person, and I hope I'll be able maybe to come for one of the next editions of your symposium. Well, to get into the topic of my little contribution, let me see if I can share my screen, and we can get into some slides I have prepared. What I'm going to talk about today is a very personal perspective on the use of satellite data, satellite Earth observation, for societal benefit, in particular looking at natural hazards and fires, which is my topic of choice. That's what I do, how to say, for a living, and academically, that's my subject. What I'm going to touch on in these few minutes is three particular topics. First of all, how we can use satellite data to support operations in real time. The second point is how to provide the right information to the right people, and how we can take products that are generated for the science community and use it for decision making. Finally, just as a take a bit of a personal perspective again. I'll show some of the directions where the field is going and some of the opportunities I see for the next few years. First of all, wildfire. It's been on the news, so everybody knows the enormous cost in terms of human lives and property of fire, not to mention the impact on health due to smoke. But fire goes beyond that. It's a global phenomenon that does have impacts on the hydrosphere, the ecosphere, and the atmosphere and the human population, with lots of loops and feedbacks, and it really is one of the fundamental components of the Earth system. As a matter of fact, not the topic of today's presentation, but the Earth would look a lot different without fire. There are a lot of ecosystems, like a lot of savannas that are fire prone, and without fire, we look completely different. They could be forests. So most of Africa, Australia, South America is literally molded by fire. We're going to have here, to give you a bit of an idea of the global phenomenon, we're going to have this very, very fast animation of fire detections through time. And what I wanted to focus on is looking at the movement of the green stuff. This is the vegetation green up through time, and then we have the snow, and fire as the red dots. And you can see that we have this like global respiration of the planet with vegetation green up when it rains, and then it dries, it burns, and then it grows again, and it dries, and it burns. And we can see in particular in Africa that we do have this cycle of fire in the northern hemisphere in the winter months, November, December, January, March, and then fire in the southern hemisphere in the dry season corresponding. Not all fires are natural fires. For example, what we see here now in South America, there's some fire in the Amazon, but most of it is agriculture. Likewise, in the United States, what we see here in Florida, in Tennessee, and in central US was agricultural fires and just a little bit of fire in the forests in the Northwest and in California. How was that generated? All of that data set was coming from a NASA mission, the MODIS mission. There's two twin sensors that were launched in 1999 and 2000 on two satellites. We have the same instrument on two satellites. This was a huge investment in the late 90s for understanding the Earth system. So this was a science mission. It's been going on for 20 years, but as a matter of fact, it did generate a lot of data sets that do have societal relevance beyond science. When we look about fires, those red dots were points that were burning at the time the satellite is passing on top of a specific point. So we have these two satellites that orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, they go in orbit. And because of the combination of the rotation of the Earth, the motion of the satellites, and the big field of view of the satellites, with this system we can cover the entire surface of the Earth twice a day during the day and twice a day at night. In other words, those red dots were fires that were actively burning. Well, we know it's actively burning 4 times a day. It can be a lot or it can be not enough, depending on the applications. Once again, step back. These are the fires detected by that system today in the past 24 hours, September 30, 2020. There's a lot of fire in Africa, South America, and the fires in the US that have been on the news. If we look at exactly a year ago, fires roughly in the same places. And the year before again, still in the same places. So the first thing to separate is fire in fire-prone ecosystems, where it's just a natural occurrence, and fire that does have a negative impact on human activities. We can process this data extremely fast. As a matter of fact, in about half an hour, we can have the data on the web. Once again, we're zooming in. This is today. What we have here is the western Pacific coast of the US, with Seattle at the top and California at the bottom. We can see all of these big fires. I'm going to change a little bit the view here. We're going to there. in mind with me. We're going to some patient, and I'm going to change the window I'm going to show you. So now we are looking at the real-time system. We can zoom in and see these fires that have been detected today. If I'm going back by a few days, I would say September 15th, we get into the massive fires in California, Oregon, and Washington State. What you see on the screen here, by the way, this gray stuff, that's not clouds, that's all smoke. This system, as I said, works in real time, so we can provide information about 30 minutes. This is a system provided by NASA, the scientists involved in generating the data set. It increasingly is used for operational support. This data is provided to firefighters. It's not exactly the ideal data. It's not exactly where we'd like to be, because the data, as I said, is coming only 4 times a day. The satellite is passing on top of each of us only 4 times a day. This is a large limitation. Let's go back to my slides. So this type of technology is now used for operational support, but when going to the agencies, when going to the Forest Service, is not enough. What is needed is more data at higher resolution. We need data that are detailed in space, so we need to be able to know where the fires are located precisely, but we also need the data at very high temporal frequency. At the moment, we can get one, or we can get the other. We don't have any systems that provide both. Technologically, it's not impossible. There's ways of doing that, for example, with virtual constellation of satellites. But so far, the investment is just not there. And which is a bit of a paradox, because, for example, the United States spends about $2 billion a year in fire suppression, and only a fraction of that on research on geospatial tools in support of the operations. So what is needed here is a bit of a disruption to change mentality, spend maybe less on hardware and more on data. Also, spend more on science. Another area where the investment has been extremely limited and where a lot more is needed is to integrate in real time these observations with models, with meteor data and models, to be able to tell to a crew on the ground where the fire is going to be in half an hour, 6 hours. This is nothing new and nothing impossible, but we're just at the beginning of using it operationally, and the biggest resistance is cultural within the agencies and in terms of the investment in the public sector. Moving on to the second topic I want to touch, how can I provide the right information to the right users and do policy support? For example, for fire, we have 20 years of consistent data sets since MODIS was launched. It's a really nice time series. It's telling us how the global fire activity has changed through time. By the way, public perception as fire activity globally goes up. It is not, it's actually going down, because in a lot of fire-prone places, think Africa, we have increasing land fragmentation. The savannas are reducing the area because of settlement, because of expanded use and rangeland pressure. So those places where used to burn a lot, burn a little bit less. We do have fires, however, in places where we didn't have it before. US, and that's unfortunately where people are. And case in point, the fires in Australia in January this year, the fires in the US right now, more fire in the Arctic, more fires in South America. At the moment, Argentina is having an extremely anomalous year. These data sets were designed for the science community, so the data formats are absolutely unfriendly, and there's a huge entry barrier on being able to access these data sets. Once again, it's a cultural problem, and we've been working on bringing this data to the people that need it. I'm currently leading a project on NASA funding to take these science products and produce synthetic, easy to understand data sets for analysts and decision makers that need the data to answer questions like, is this season an anomaly in a certain region compared to previous years? It's a bit like applied common science. It's not really, to produce the data set themselves is very complicated. To do this extra step is not, but it's been really hard to find the funding and to find a home for this type of product. In this case, NASA is funding us to work with the European Commission and expand the global wildfire information system. There's a big repository of fire information. This is an example of real-time information in GWIS. We're building this extra module for fire history. We're using NASA-produced data sets of area burnt for 20 years, and this boils down into a number of steps for visualizing the data properly, producing on-demand statistics, and distributing it as tables and plots to our users at an appropriate scale. So this is our data source, and this is how it looks like. We've been improving it a lot, so this is the latest version versus previous version. We've been refining it for a lot of years. But once again, these products were produced for the science community as interested in precision and accuracy, but not necessarily for the non-science users. For example, a common problem is how to visualize the data properly when you zoom in and out. It seems trivial, but it is not, because fire is such a rare occurrence. If you don't do it properly, you stop seeing the files when you zoom out. These are just little technical details. Once again, let's change a little bit my share, and I'm going to show you an example. For example, let's think about a European country that had a lot of fire recently, and I'm thinking Greece. So let's go on Greece, and let's look at the charts. I'm showing you the experimental system, so please don't, there's still, I'm literally showing you the prototype. We haven't released it yet. For example, 2007 was a huge year in Greece. Here we're looking at the area burnt in that year. In August, we had a peak with a lot of with 250,000 hectares of burning in Greece. Was that an anomaly? Well, let's query the system. I'm going to compare 2007 versus the whole time series, 2002 to 2019. And update statistics. And here we have our time series. As a matter of fact, 2007 was a year that had more than twice the area burned of any other year. So yes, it was an anomaly. So on the back end, we have data in complicated, hard-to-use formats and a lot of data. Here we're talking about gigabytes and gigabytes of data, but we can provide the summary information in a meaningful manner to the countries so that a human analyst can take this data and compile a report. And because the back end is the same, we can do that for every country. That ensures that the reporting is reproducible, transparent, and uniform across countries. We can also look at the maps. For example, 2007, I'm not sure how well you can see this because of the colors. Once again, this is a prototype, but if I look at Greece 2007, you can see that a significant amount of the Peloponnese burnt. Once again, enough data and in a format easy to use so that an interpreter can just make screen grabs, download the data, download the plots, and doesn't need to rely on necessarily on technical people to provide this information. Finally, as I'm using up all of my time, I want to, so we've talked about summary file metrics. We're designing this dashboard country by country, and we are going to launch this in a few months. The last couple of minutes, I want to talk about future directions. Satellite data is becoming free. This being the US led the way, and the European Commission has been following suit. So now a lot of data is absolutely free. This opens up a lot of opportunities, because paying for the data is really not a good model. The investment of launching a satellite is enormous, and the recovery that can be done by selling the data is not usual, other than from very high resolution commercial missions. But for public agencies, it's not really a good model, because if fewer people using the data simply means that the societal benefit and return on investment is less. So I'm going to show you just a few examples of stuff that a private company provided. These people, Therapols, they were scientists, basically colleagues of mine that used to work in academia, mostly on NASA grants, and now are doing technology transfer and taking the same techniques, but targeting new markets and new product clients. Here we've got a detailed view of some suburbs in Sonoma County. We have a golf course, as a matter of fact, the green stuff, with houses around, and then the Mediterranean highly flammable ecosystem. This is just the raw data. They are using artificial intelligence and machine learning to extract information. So now we have a land cover classification of saying if it is roofs, golf course, or a Mediterranean vegetation chaparral. Now we can overlay property boundaries. And now we're finally getting to information that, for example, insurance and reinsurance companies need to set the rates, because this is telling how close the parcel is to highly flammable wide urban area interface. Can do more. A standard product that scientists have been developing is tree height and tree cover. Globally is good for Earth system science, but we can look at it at the local level as well to characterize, once again, each single plot of land. Land brokers need this information. Individual investors want this information. Finally, let's move again to California, to the Car Fire that burned last year with great loss of life and property. And if we look at all the disturbance history of that area, we have here now in purple this giant loss of land cover that happened at one single point in time during the fire. We can even extract more statistics and look at the fluctuation of the amount of green vegetation at the time. So with this, I'm going to thank you for your attention. I'm just going to repeat that a lot of investment that was done for science now has relevance, and we're finally mature enough to transition into support of other fields. So a huge societal benefit out of these missions. There's a large return in investment from the cost that the public bears for launching and operating the satellites and providing basic services. Nobody launched MODIS in 2020, in 2000 for operational support, and yet is now a very valuable tool for supporting firefighting. And finally, data access policies matter. They're a really critical component. If the data is free, then private companies and startups can generate the value added, and they're not stopped by the initial cost of acquiring data. So this is all. Once again, I thank you for your attention, and I'm really sorry not being able to be there in person with you. I'm sure you'll be enjoying this great symposium. Thank you, everybody, and have a good rest of the afternoon.
Now we can move to the question and answer session. We have 10 minutes for questions and answers. So, yes.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Riyad Bazia. I'm a humanitarian and a civil society activist in the UN Geneva since more than 20 years ago. But I want to share my personal analysis on behalf of my personal experience in ITU, International Communication Union, and in WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organizations. And the topic of the annual conference this year is new technologies. Yes, because we live another generation of technologies. Well, highest then high tech, and it didn't called highest tech, it called new tech. So the industrial applications in physical aspect and in biology. And at the beginning, there was also the question about acronym. At the beginning, the 19th, we are talking of biotech and infotech, information, new technologies, and medtech and biotech mainly. And in our area, humanitarian area, like, because Mr. Voti is listening to me, and our friend Sopiani also, but for example, on disappearance persons and human trafficking, it is biotech issues, because we can have ID, personal ID, on biology, and it could be identifications like that. And it is misused nowadays. But the yes, question of acronym, since then we are talking about ICTs, information communication technologies in ITU. And today I discovered other acronym, TECCCs, TCCs, and Ts. But anyway, what I want to share with you, yes, I know there is also a very interesting project on refugees ID. We have new tech, yes, it's still going on. But since the beginning, yes, at the end of 19th, mobile phone and the tablet and the connection and internet, when it's gives smartphone, it's not connectivity with internet. It's also, you can apply a tool, you can apply a product which is patented. And here, yes, I want to raise also questions, but I want what other negotiations it is of the access for new technologies and the internet between South countries and North countries. But we can say, we can give very interesting conclusions, we can a reflection, because peace buildings and peace operations are determined tool to reduce digital gap in South countries. But let me raise questions for a presentation given by a representative of UNHCR, because they raised 5 or 6 or more concrete example, very interesting. But those, they are operational already, and with who? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, and there's way more technologies with way more acronyms that are coming and rising. So it's hard to keep up with the sector, especially when the R&D, it's been developed without the involvement of humanitarian actors. So later on, especially private sector companies, try to apply technologies in very fragile or non-connected settings. I think also importantly, and those are operational, but we didn't mention, we only mentioned the ones that we work with the innovation team, but there's way more teams that are, and I think I tried to put it a bit on the presentation, but the Global Data Service, specifically the identity management team, they're the ones working on identity issues and identity management and using, for example, biometrics. We didn't mention the work of the regional teams, which is data information management and analysis units that are working on remote data collection. Because of time, of course, we had 15 minutes, but there's a lot of work being done. But I think I feel you in the sense that we also struggle, not only whenever we need to adapt the technology, but because we're not in the seat of research and development tables, right? And it's not saying it's a call for private sector companies actually to partner up prior developing the technologies when they're going to be applied to humanitarian settings, but then we're always going to be catching up instead of us that we have the opinion, especially if we view design along with persons of concern, refugees themselves, especially in those communication technologies that are involving communication, then you can see the nuances of languages, the nuances of accents, and they could actually have more leverage with those technologies, especially in local languages. We definitely didn't talk about communication technologies, the use of mobile phones, call centers, etc., because of time, but we do agree with you. They're operational, the ones that we presented.
Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you to all the presenters. I'm not a modern technologist, as you can see me, but I have a very simple question. We are talking about new technologies, and I was wondering why the presentation, particularly the one given just lately by Professor Luigi Boschetti. I don't know if you're still listening, but why is it that when data can be captured live today, when you go outside with your GPS, you can capture live data. Why is it we were looking at data that goes back to 2002 and subsequent years, 2007? Why is it we were not presented with something happening actually? It's very difficult to relate back to 2002 at this time. Thank you.
Hello, sorry. Also, this is also for the same Dr. Boschetti, if he's available. Is he?
No, it was a recording.
It was
Dr.
recorded,
Boschetti
so he
is
won't
not.
be answering.
The ladies and gentlemen in front of the panel, those are the ones who are available. That was a recording that was sent from Idaho, University of Idaho.
Okay, then I'll just give a quick comment on that then. As a Californian and someone who's been watching and has a lot of friends whose properties have been burned over the last 3 years, not to mention the last 3 weeks, I find it appalling that we have so much data and so much science, and yet the governor refuses to even pour water on a fire. So please.
Yes, you can go.
Hi, thank you so much to all the panelists for your great presentations. I had a question regarding Ms. Moreno Jimenez and Ms. Schneider. During your presentation, you talked about the importance of incorporating end users and communities from the start, which is awesome. I completely agree with. And I was wondering if what sort of technology the UNHCR leverages to involve those end users in the tech design process.
Thank you for your question. The answer is, unfortunately, there's many technologies that we leverage for these kinds of things. It can be anything from using mobile phone applications to get in contact with persons of concern, using things like speakers strapped to the back of motorcycles, using more high-tech solutions like video calls, call centers. So it really depends on the specific context. I can't speak for like a broad generalization, but we try to employ as many as possible and also be aware of the nuances in the data that we do receive. So disaggregating on things like age, gender, and diversity, so we can make sure that if we're getting data in about specific issues, is that, a universal issue? Are we seeing that these calls are not representative of a specific camp or community? So we do try to get as much data as we can from as many sources and be inclusive of the different needs of the people we serve.
The end of our time. So in the program, there is a coffee break. So I hope that you will enjoy it. And thank you very much for all participants for the very interesting presentation that they gave. And see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow the arrows.
Yes. Yeah. Next session at 4 o'clock, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Your mask when you're walking inside the auditorium. Please wear your mask when you're walking around the auditorium. Thank you.
No.
Are we presenting you or up to you? Oh, okay. You met yesterday. Okay, so yeah. Hi, so we will start. We will start with Humanitarian, then with you, and then is that okay? I think we can remove this, okay? You want to keep yours? Up to you. Bon. I would like to invite you to go back to your seats. I don't know, yes you are. Michel, c'est bon? Okay. Okay, thank you. Welcome back for this session. Today we have been covering different types of technologies. Speakers talk about robots, drones, GPS, night vision, okay? So a large range of technologies. In this session, we are going to concentrate on one specific range of technologies, which is artificial intelligence. So I don't know if I am intelligent enough to try to make a definition, but I will try to do it, and you will correct if I am wrong. My understanding of artificial intelligence is that for the first time in the history of computer science, we have a device which is able to learn. Okay, so to change the rules. Before artificial intelligence, we had a piece of software which was stable, fixed, okay, which was not moving. And thanks to artificial intelligence, we have something which is learning, so changing the rules, okay. So it's a big change. So we are going to concentrate on this, and we will have different presentations from different perspectives. And I mean, the common thread of those presentations is that, I mean, each time, I mean, we have a tool for decision making, okay? So we have a kind of prediction, we might have prediction, we might have a diagnosis, okay? But at the end, okay, this is to make a decision. So we are going to cover different aspects. What I would like to stress about technology, I mean, this is something which has been mentioned already, but I'm going to repeat, okay? You always have two ways to look at technologies. You have some people who are extremely enthusiastic about technology because we can do so many things. I mean, in the case of AI, I assume that you have seen what can be done, I mean, as a replacement of a radiologist, for example. So you can explore, I don't know, you can use 1 million different pictures, okay? So some things that one given radiologist cannot do, for sure. So you see, one aspect of technology is to look at technology very positively and to say, wow, we have so many benefits. So we will see, and the speakers this afternoon are going to stress a few of those advantages. But at the same time, we are all aware that technology also has some, let's say, negative aspects, okay? And I mean, for the case of AI, I mean, there is an obvious issue about ethics, there is another obvious issue about morality. So these are the type of questions that the speakers this afternoon are going to talk about, okay? So what is specific to this presentation, to this day today, is that we are going obviously to concentrate on humanitarian actions. So we will have 4 different presentations. We are going to start, we will change a little bit the order. We will start with Roman Chesnov, who is on my extreme left. And just after, we will have Nanshu, who will share the floor, let's say, with Roman. So Roman Chesnov is one of our former students at Webster. He went through our program in IR. You might guess, and you might guess from the name that he's from Russia. So Roman will be starting. A few words also about Nanshu. Nanshu is a research fellow at Webster University and currently focuses on the international relations and international law on artificial intelligence. She holds 2 MA degrees in international relations, one from the University of Nottingham, UK, and one from the University of Constance in Germany. Previously, she worked on education and sustainable development at Regional Office of Europe of the United Nations Environmental Programme, and she contributed to the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. You might guess that she speaks Chinese, English, et le français aussi. Bravo. Okay. All right, so Roman, may I ask you to move to the desk? Yes, yeah? Sure. Okay. And you have the click on the desk to move the slides. Good, thank you.
So I don't know if the mic is on. Okay. I would like to start by thanking you very much for the opportunity to be here and present in front of us and to be part of such a distinguished panel. As Dr. Jolie said, I am a former student at Webster University, and I'm also currently a research fellow. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank again my former professors for giving the knowledge and the skills that I currently leverage. So my presentation would be about artificial intelligence and its uses for refugee health. There are a range of applications of artificial intelligence in that context, but unfortunately we won't have enough time to go through all of them. I will focus specifically on the applications that facilitate or support the work of health workers in resource-constrained environments. And the outline of my presentation, you can see it in front of you now. I'll give a little bit of context. We'll talk a little bit about the problem, and then we'll transition straight into discussing how AI can provide a solution. We'll also highlight some challenges. Unfortunately, there are many. We won't be able to talk about all of them, but just a couple. And lastly, we'll also discover why John Lennon is on this slide. So passing on to the context, there are currently 26 million refugees worldwide, according to UNHCR statistics. And it is believed that about 6.6 million of them live in camps. Unfortunately, not all of these camps are well-functioning. Many of them have been created on an ad hoc basis. There are frequent instances of displacement. So when refugees have to move from one location and set up a camp in the other location, all of this complicates the provision of basic services. And for example, statistics or data indicates that about 30% of refugee camps have very poor sanitation or complete lack thereof, as well as very poor access to clean water. And this inevitably results in a range of health risks. I will focus just on a limited number of these health risks, and it will become evident why. But first of all, of course, there are very unfavorable conditions which pose many concerns to people with chronic health conditions like diabetics, for example, or people who suffer from chronic respiratory diseases. There are also skin conditions, especially in tropical areas, in the tropical countries. There are vision complications in the absence of adequate diagnostic facilities. It can be challenging to obtain timely treatment, which can result in vision impairment and sometimes, unfortunately, vision loss. And then there are also some particular health conditions that are related also to non-communicable diseases like diabetic foot. The problem is, of course, exacerbated by the fact that there are severe resource constraints, especially in developing countries. First of all, there is a shortage of healthcare workforce globally, and it is especially prevalent in such settings as refugee camps. There is obviously limited diagnostic capacity. There are no facilities to provide or enable complex diagnosis, and there is a limited supply of pharmaceuticals. So now, oh, sorry, I guess I've been talking on the wrong slide. But yeah, you can see all the bullet points which I've just highlighted. And we can speak now about the opportunity or the potential of AI technology in that context. What can it do to change this situation? So I would like you to note the distribution of arrows and icons in this simplistic diagram. So basically what usually happens in a refugee camp setting is that you would have a limited number of healthcare workers, some of them not sufficiently qualified, who would have to go from tent to tent or organize community gatherings to basically screen people, to offer them basic health advice, to see what are their concerns, which is of course problematic because it requires a lot of time, it requires a lot of resources, and in the environment that we currently have with COVID, it also obviously poses certain health risks. So now, when we introduce the artificial intelligence solution, what changes can be obtained? Basically, we know that most of the refugees, even in the developing world, so in low-income settings, they usually possess a smartphone, some kind of a smartphone. We have seen this during the Syrian refugee crisis, when smartphone was really the ultimate tool that helped many refugees to get to safety. The existence of this basic ICT technology infrastructure can be leveraged to deploy an additional layer in order to enable a more efficient and a more effective and safe way of providing resources and healthcare diagnosis, obviously. So the solution might consist of the following. A specialized platform powered by an AI machine learning algorithm could be deployed, which will be linked to a computer and a specialized software in possession of the refugee camp health workers. And what refugees could do is that they can use their smartphones to take pictures of certain healthcare conditions that they might have. And this is specifically why I've spoken about such healthcare conditions as things related to skin care or things related to vision, because these types of diseases can be diagnosed based on an image. And so those images can be taken by a simple smartphone, uploaded to a platform where they can be processed or analyzed by a machine learning algorithm. And there are many examples of such algorithms now because there are different universities, different research institutions, as well as UN organizations, including World Health Organization, who are working on these types of technologies. Following the analysis of the images, a notification would be sent to healthcare workers who would be informed about the patients who might be in need of treatment. This sufficiently reduces the resources required and the time that is necessary to screen patients and to provide them with the necessary help. So one example in which a similar solution was used is a Rohingya refugee camp in Myanmar. And basically what was found there is that such technologies can improve the efficiency of diagnostic process by 25%. So doctors tend to spend 25% less on treating patients. And this study was done in 2018, so since then, obviously, technology has evolved, and it is very likely that a much better results can be achieved. It must be said that there are, of course, other applications for artificial intelligence in the context of refugee camps. They can be used for a variety of services, including the provision of health-related messaging, which is particularly relevant to people with chronic conditions. Diabetics might need reminders about the food that they take, their nutrition. Data analytics can be also facilitated by AI. Contract tracing, this is something that we've seen in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then if there are any telemedicine solutions available, of course, artificial intelligence technology can be very well integrated or synergized with those in order to optimize their functioning. Obviously, for that, one single AI algorithm cannot be used a different type of, when we talk about image recognition and analysis, it's more like convolutional neural networks. For other types of services, different types of neural networks might be required. But it's the same principle. Then, of course, there are certain challenges which are related to the availability of training data, because algorithms need to be trained. And these challenges pertain to both quality and quantity. One common solution that is used is collaboration with local medical facilities, hospitals, because many images are taken there, and that's where the partnerships and the stakeholder engagement comes into play. But there are also regulatory aspects, because when it comes to sharing and processing patient data, of course, adequate security needs to be ensured. And in certain countries, there are considerable limitations imposed by the ministries of health and other governmental authorities as far as the exchange of patient data with external institutions is concerned. And of course, these challenges have to be addressed somehow. And I guess I'll take the opportunities to say that Webster University, we're hoping to establish soon a ERELI, so International Relations and International Law of Artificial Intelligence, research center where we'll hopefully be able to explore potential answers to these challenges. Last but not least, I would like to explain why John Lennon is here. And the reason is very simple. He wrote a song some time ago about people living in peace. And unfortunately, today we're still must speak about humanitarian issues and humanitarian problems. There is another conflict starting in the Caucasian region. So I cannot help but to really relate to the message that he tried to pass on, and wish peace and safety to everyone. Thank you very much. I forgot to say that the floor is now being taken by my colleague, Nan, who will talk about the challenges and opportunities that biometric recognition brought to cyberspace by AI applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. The peace sign and thumbs up used to be my favorite posters when taking pictures with my friends and families. And until 3 years ago, when Japan's National Institute of Informatics extracted the reliable finger points only from ordinary photos of exposed fingers that are taken from 3 meters away. Survey fraudsters can extract enough details through AI-enhancing technologies and recreate the fingerprints, which leads to identity theft from our smartphones, computers, bank accounts, and moreover. But unlike passwords, we cannot really change our biometrics. Once our biometric data has been stolen and taken or resold, the risks of inappropriate access to the user's account and identity will persist for that person's lifetime. And if fingerprint would reveal our identity, then facial recognition might know our ideologies and even more. Artificial intelligence now can detect our sexuality and politics just by looking at your face. And this is what makes AI algorithm different from any other technologies, which is able to predict based on massive data training examples. It has been reported that AI machine learning algorithm were able to distinguish between the photos of gay people and the straight with a high degree of accuracy. Examples of 35,326 photographs were used from the dating websites, presented with the 2 photos, one of the gay person and the other is straight. The algorithm was trained to distinguish the two in 81% of cases that involves images of men and 74% of image of women. And human judges, by contrast, was able to identify the straight and the gay people in 61% and 54% respectively. When the algorithm would show five facial images per person, such accuracy can increase to 91% for men and 83% for women. There was immediate backlash of LGBT organizations where such AI data research was reviewed. But concerning what if such technology were used to persecute the gay people in countries such as Iran or Saudi Arabia, where homosexuality is punishable by death. If an algorithm was fed with sufficient data about Facebook likes and even benign activities on social media, it could be more accurate personality-based prediction than the assessment made by real friends of us. This discovery was later exploded by political consultancy, Cambridge Analytica. They used Facebook personality quiz to detect psychological traits, paying the users to do the test and collect the data on 320,000 Americans, exploiting a loophole that allows developers to harvest data belonging to the friends of the Facebook application users without their knowledge or consent. As a result, they were able to collect additional data as many as 87 billion people. And we all know that helped put President Donald Trump in the White House. AI-based facial recognition prediction has achieved discrimination accuracy. Cameras could detect people who are lost, anxious, trafficked, or potentially dangerous. And we can imagine having those diagnostic tools monitoring public space for potential threats such as predisposition to commit certain crimes. Some might argue that it's too early to say that the countries such as China or Russia or a handful of other countries, but in Western society, there's very little interest in using the AI-based technology to predict whether someone will become a criminal or not in the first place. People who work at the civilian state, more than anyone, deserve to know what they are doing is creating actually the risks. Governments have created an illusion that they can predict data and show up their citizens' privacy, while the worldwide surveillance system that compromise youth privacy and their rights, and what regularly experiment on them via personalized social media platforms. But upsetting about losing privacy won't change the fact that we've already lost our privacy, and there's no way of going back. We should focus on organizing our society in such a way as to make sure that post-privacy era is still a nice place to live. During the lockdown, Moscow is using facial recognition technology to monitor whether the people are complying with the quarantine orders. And in China, algorithms have been programmed to recognize people wearing masks and report someone with a fever. Singapore has created an AI application called Safe Distancer that turns a mobile phone into a social distance monitoring instrument. Microsoft's AI for humanitarian action supports the disaster response. And imagine if the COVID-19 could be predicted and were prepared, then those associated damages that we are facing right now might be largely mitigated. And Elon Musk worries about if AI technology is only obsessed by a few people, because many of such modules underlying the algorithm are very large, which takes a lot of experts and develop or deploy, and make them very expensive to run as well. And that makes it hard for everyone except for governments or larger companies to benefit from this underlying technology. And that's the reason he founded the OpenAI, which is an AI research deployment company, and hoping it will make AI system more accessible and to the smaller business and organizations, to ensuring artificial general intelligence may benefit all of humanity. Members of European Parliament want a framework which ensures, as AI develops, all aspects of its implementation remains compatible with human rights legislation. People's privacy and data must be safeguarded, especially when it comes to technologies like facial recognition. The priority is to have the AI regulation that puts human being in the center. We have to make sure that things like bias, gender inequality, and scientific racism, and they are not part of such algorithms. The 25th International Humanitarian and Security Conference is a place for explorers And we came here from different parts of the world, and we give up the no and in favor of the unknown. And I am very pleased to participate in this first visual and also physical distance the conference, and glad to see our university is adapting the uncertain new circumstances and brought about by the COVID-19 through transitioning into digital world and make this conference successful to the individuals who are not present here. And this is the very first steps that we've taken. And now it's time that we call on representatives to invest in data-driven predictive technologies to reflect on the importance of being prepared and able to adapt and respond with urgency and unity to existential threats of the whole humanity, from our response to pandemic itself, to predicting human needs, and to the protection of our own security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nanshu. Thank you very much, Roman. So this was the first presentation. Now we'll be moving to the second presentation by Sofia Kyriadze. And I have a few lines to read in order to introduce Sofia. She is an artificial intelligence engineer at the UN Refugee Agency Innovation Service. And she currently supports this organization on artificial intelligence project, and she's focusing on a wide array of challenges related to predictive analytics and natural language processing to better support the organization for the future of its displacement. She previously held position at IBM and CERN, where she experimented in cognition systems research and full stack solution development. So she holds an undergraduate in computer science and telecommunication from the University of Athens, with a focus on information processing, and she also holds a master's degree with a focus on human media interaction from the University of Twente in the Netherlands. Sofia, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having the panel, and also thank you to the previous speakers, because I think it was a really good introduction to all of the challenges that AI brings with. And you also heard my colleagues from the Innovation Service in the previous panel. And basically that's us, that's the data team of the Innovation Service. Okay, so as you heard previously in the Innovation Service team of UNHCR, we are set up mostly to respond to challenges that come from our colleagues. Either those colleagues are in the field or in the headquarters or in offices, and well, support their efforts mostly, and they usually come to us with a challenge, and if their challenge is introducing, maybe changing their current processes or introducing a new one, or sometimes things are related to technology, and that's where the data team comes in. Mostly, we try to work within the organization with the tools that we have, support our colleagues, inform policy, and achieve a cultural shift. One of the most commonly used approaches that we have is to engage with our colleagues and their challenges and alleviate some of their efforts when dealing with data and AI. And we do that by leveraging experimentation, and we do it on demand basis, as I said, and we use innovation methodologies and experimentation. So the data team and how we approach challenges, there we go. Okay, and the data team and how we approach challenges, we're not innovating on our own. Specifically, we try to go a little bit against the nature of our job, which is mostly related to technology. We sometimes, as we said, we can even improve processes or trying to advance our context knowledge, redefining the challenge with our colleagues, what are the desired outcomes, how decision-making is normally involved when we are developing a project, and what is the outcome that can have the least negative impact. Okay, and so as we said, we already engaged with the team, but we try, and recently from our lessons learned in the past, we try to engage with colleagues within our organization, which have to do maybe with infrastructure or the IT department or the data policy teams, the ethics office, to try to bring all of these teams together in order to achieve more sustainable solutions and also mitigate some of the risks that come with the use of AI. One lesson that, yes, so the earlier we bring those people in the stages of innovation or development of a project, the earlier we get feedback from them, and those experts can maybe in that order, maybe we actually increase their technical capacity, but also we improve our own knowledge. Okay. So I skipped this slide. Okay, so it has become quite obvious what the message so far has been from the innovation service, and this is an anonymous, so we're going to say that it was a female that had this quote, and we'll say that normally all of the content that can be produced can be irrelevant to human activity or solving a humanitarian need if the heart of it is not human-centric. So I will move on to two projects. One is external project, meaning coming from our colleagues in the field. And one other project that was a challenge for us was coming from the headquarters, from our own human resources department. So Project Jetson, as we said, started in 2017, and it reached the offices of Innovation Service through our colleagues, the information manager officers that work in the country office in Somalia, where they approached the innovation team with the challenge that they couldn't basically have any estimation around the numbers that they were supposed to expect in the 18 different regions of Somalia. The challenge in general was scenario building, but we couldn't tackle that whole problem because the problem had to do a lot with human decision making and also with response and protection issues. So we asked them specifically what would they want us to investigate. We knew that they had a data set of 10 years depth, starting 2010, when the biggest influx in displacement started. And those data sets basically monitored movement of the people already through registration. So it was a complete data set that could represent a little bit how people were fleeing from region to region, because Somalia was dealing with internal displacement mostly, and some of them would also move to the borders with Kenya, and some of them to Ethiopia. So we used separate data sets for this challenge, and we tried to combine it a little bit also with what the context was given. So the context was giving indications that people were really, when they were fleeing a region, they would sell their properties. They would sell, and that would create a reduction in prices in that area and an influx in prices in the area that was receiving. So that was an indicator, and also we tried to see if the weather data was could be combined with such water level prices, violence and conflict, and how that also affects people from interviews that we had. So I think, as my colleague mentioned before in a question, you were asking if we have user feedback. So the user feedback for this case would be our colleagues in the field that know the context, and they informed us that the interviews were just showing up these indications. Okay, so we tried to narrow the challenge to what we could actually do, and how could we use machine learning to help them do scenario building by basically predicting at least 1 month in advance how many people they would expect in their region for the month to come. So, and then of course we had big gaps in data, and we also wanted to see if from the modeling we could detect some of the pull and push factors between the regions. Okay, as we said, the methodology that we used was time series multivariate forecasting. And we wanted to see if we can predict what are the input variables that would have a significant role to explain the numbers that the machine would come up with. So then we ended up having some models representing each of the regions, but that was not a complete product. So we had to collaborate, and we had to brainstorm a lot on the design of the project and to see what is this product that we made and how it can be better used by our colleagues. So we were having continuous conversation with our colleagues in Somalia, and also since this was not a project that could be compared to something that pre-existed, we already were taking that into our ethical considerations, and we tried to use other tools for design that would allow us to make sure that we're handling the ethics side of the project well. So for example, when we brainstormed in the beginning before we even built the website, we were thinking of, okay, so this is now a product. It's maybe it can be used by harmful audience. Maybe it can be used by our colleagues in just monitoring the situation. Do we have the trust in the operations? Do they also have a process that is related to how they react when they already know the number of arrivals in a region? So these were all questions that we had. Even though we were able to predict in some ranges, in some other regions we were not able to predict because the lack of data was quite extreme. But even then, our colleagues started asking questions like, can we know the numbers maybe 3 months in advance, or which points are we supposed to be receiving people so that we can send registrations officers there? And then the website itself comes with a disclaimer that says that when we have, one second, yes. When we have this information, it just is an experiment. It shouldn't be used in any way. We're not actually giving the data to be exported. And it also, well, the consideration was to have the stakeholders being satisfied, but also not expose too much information to entities that would have more harmful intentions. So I'm quoting the Marula Center of Applied Ethics here, and they usually, when you're designing a project, they say you should start by thinking, is this project strengthening any human skills or any processes, or is it weakening them? So, and which approach would be the most harmful and the least. So that's why in the end we resulted in having the Project Zetson as a recipe, so it has more on the stories of how to approach the people, how to collect the data, and how to investigate what the decision makers do, rather than actually using the models or the numbers themselves. Okay, and the next project is the one from Human Resources. And so the Human Resources came to us with quite a big challenge. They had a lot of applications collected in their in the databases for our several talent pools in UNHCR, and it has been a problem because that's how you respond to by sending people in positions, and like that's how you detect talent. And if you want to achieve a cultural change, that's how you should also change the organization from within. So the Human Resources Department wanted a way to have all of these unexplored applications be cleaned out by the recruiters. So that was our user, the recruiters. But also another user would be the applicants themselves. So that's why one of the challenges here is to ensure also fairness to the people that were applying. And then we wanted to process the applications, but also still keep the recruiters in the feedback of the system without excluding them, and also having them basically supervising, being themselves the watchdogs of such a system. Yes, and then we actually wanted to see how well we can, with their criteria, which was rules-based in the past, but also using text analysis, basically natural language processing, to see if we can classify the applications to something that would match the talent pool or not. Okay, so again, as the previous speakers said, there are so many biases that you can detect in the data, but also you can enhance the algorithms themselves with such bias. And why we're really interested in minimizing all of these different types is to ensure that the system is not doing any harm. So you can have the feedback bias in the project embedded within. So let's say that we have the classification, and it works kind of autonomously on the applications, and then it screens in, screens out people without the recruiters themselves being able to detect what is being done or how it's justified, and just giving them the final outcome. You can have historic bias and representation bias because, of course, in the past, a lot of positions were male-dominated. And also the evaluation bias that you kind of lose the user of such a system because exactly for the reason that AI has been more of a tool in the past, even though we say that we don't trust the system, the engines or the machines, we do because it is amplified work they produce. You usually don't really consider that they would make a mistake, and then also that you don't have any control over it, so it's really easy to fall in that trap. So specifically, there have been tools in the past in recruitment that were replicating historic bias. One tool was from Amazon, and they would disqualify all applications that had the word women, female in them, and they would only hire male engineers. And then also, if you scale this up with facial recognition and other data from interviews, there have been in the justice system in the US, it has been used already. It's a tool that basically alerts people on if they have the possibility of committing a crime in the future. So we wanted to avoid these kinds of mistakes since we could compare this product to something that pre-existed. And so the question is now, where do we meet with this kind of intelligence? Okay. Yes, so as we said, all of the considerations. If we have a person's future in line, AI can have really bad outcomes. Sometimes you actually have to ask the question, am I doing a good job with AI, or could I just use a rules-based approach? And then in the case of HR, we actually had to align the demands of the system with the process of the recruiters. So the recruiters themselves had to adapt to such a process. They had to even write down the rules that they were using in the past and become the safeguards. So they would monitor the system, but also train the system. Okay. Sorry. So the system itself has 28 talent pools for now, but it has the flexibility of advancing the talent pools. So the recruiters themselves can create an additional talent pool to detect new talent or make it a little bit more customized to their needs at that time. So the recruiters train the talent pools on work experiences, and they train them on letters of interest. We wanted to make sure that the training sets that the training sets were just and they were represented enough by both genders and actually different nationalities. Okay, these are some ethical considerations to have in mind when you're designing, and we mentioned them all before. But don't forget to analyze the project with the experts, the receivers, and the users. Detect the bias as much as you can. And then sometimes you also have to audit the data, compare the system to pre-existing systems, and then also advocate for good policy. And also maybe if you have people in your teams working on ethical risks, then also try to reward those behaviors. And remember to keep everyone having a diverse team is also really important. And we usually work around this way with transparency, openness, inclusion, fairness, diversity, and integrity. And that's all. Thank you, and sorry for being a bad speaker.
Thank you very much, Sofia. Thank you. I see that you have your fan club over there. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the third and the last speaker, Joss Lyons. So Joss is the director of geospatial analysis at Human Rights Watch, and he's responsible for satellite, drone, and artificial intelligence applications for human rights investigations. So he is a member of the Technology Advisory Board to the OTP at the International Criminal Court, and he has contributed to international investigation, including the UN fact-finding mission on Gaza in 2009, the Secretary General panel of experts report on Sri Lanka in 2011, and the continuing work of the UN Committee on Inquiry on Syria and the IIIM fact-finding mission on Myanmar. So you see quite an expensive experience. So he's going to talk about AI in his domain, geospatial activities. Thank you, Joss. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. It's the privilege of going last is that I can react and respond to some of the brilliant work that my colleagues on stage are working on. I'm actually wearing the mask both because I'm afraid of COVID and also to defeat whatever AI algorithms might be working as we speak. In some of the discussions and conversations we've had leading up to this event, I changed around some of the slides, and I wanted to make this a little bit provocative, if only because it's rather late in the day, and I know we're interested in moving on. As you see here, the majority of the work that I do on a daily basis, it relates to the specific technological applications for human rights investigations. So Human Rights Watch is a traditionally analog organization. It's an organic organization of people who do very traditional investigations on the ground in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, around the world, to meet with survivors, with perpetrators when possible, to document abuses of international human rights and humanitarian law from the perspective of the ground. And my primary role in this process has been to complement and to expand that traditional analog research methodology with all of these emergent new technologies. And as you see on the screen, these are some of the main issues and data sources and research topics that we have been working on for a while. And certainly when you want to start to scale this type of research, when you have access to millions of satellite images and untold numbers of tweets and Facebook postings and photographs and videos on YouTube, there's really no way you can start to make value or utility from those resources without the unique capabilities of machine learning, of deep learning, of artificial intelligence writ large. But what I wanted to do today is simply focus about the inherent and fundamental low-tech biological intelligence concerns. The problem that we face ultimately is not better technology. The problems are more fundamental and let's say more rigid to address. And that's the biological component in all of this, ourselves, all right? No matter how good this technology is, there are a range of fundamental inherent risks, ethical and moral challenges that we have to face, and operational questions where the traditional international guidance on best practices, on do no harm, on precautionary measures, all of these ethical bodies, all of the international regimes and treaties and guidance documents that we have for traditional humanitarian work simply have yet to be applied into the technological space. And what I wanted to highlight now are a series of very classic examples that I've come across that I was directly involved in to help illustrate this hidden operational challenge to use these technologies. Because if we don't recognize these problems, we won't ultimately be able to use any of this brilliant work that we're all fascinated about and have high expectations and hopes that it actually will improve things on our planet and not make things worse. So traditionally, we think about abuse of technology in a propagandistic framework of manipulation, okay? Deliberate manipulation of data, of information, to present it in a misleading context, either inadvertently that leads to harm or to a deception, or purposefully to deceive people, okay? So let's give some classic examples. Well, we all use Google Earth, and we're all quite interested in satellite imagery. And we know within the European framework that a certain type of aerial photography is subject to existing EU military protocols on blurring. And so you come across very strange blurred objects which ironically only draw attention to the locations and not protect them. In a very low-tech classic example, I wanted to highlight this from the UN cartographic section. It's a map of Western Sahara, of which is still struggling for their right to self-determination. And the UN cartographic section has made a very interesting map delineating this large security berm. It's an earthen berm that the Moroccan military have constructed in the context of their ongoing war and counterinsurgency operations. And this is a UN map. There's a problem with this map. It's not true. It's actually been manipulated. With 2 seconds more Googling, you discover another UN map of which accurately shows the location of the security berm, of which crosses on multiple locations quite significantly into the territory of Mauritania, okay? But this is a very good example of the ways in which new technologies and old technologies converge and still run into very old-fashioned types of censorship. Now, something that we're actually just about to publish, but I'm giving you an advanced peek. One of the multiple cases we've been working on in the context of indiscriminate and purposeful bombing of protected facilities in Syria relates to this particular case. So on 22 July last year, there was an allegation in media reports that a marketplace had been bombed with quite severe civilian casualties. And in response to those allegations, there was a Russian press conference with the Russian Colonel General Sergei Ruskoy, who presented quite interesting drone imagery that had been flown in response to the media reports. They flew the drone over, and they highlighted the fact that this was fake news. The stories were incorrect. The market was intact. It was functional, and there was absolutely no problem. There was a problem, however. It wasn't the right market. The actual market, the main market, of which we did identify damages in this satellite image and also georeference the social media feeds, this was the market that was hit. Now, what's interesting in this case example is that this was a purposeful attempt at sleight of hand, okay? It was a very low-tech and effective way to draw people's attention away from the actual evidence. Now, ironically, in that same Russian drone footage, I'm almost certain they captured detailed aerial images of the detonation site where there were civilian casualties, okay? So in this context, for purposes of confusing public opinion and for trying to, let's say, slow down international investigations and cause substantive doubt on the part of UN colleagues, it works, it's effective, okay? Because it seems authoritative. It's easily dismissed and easily challenged, but if this happens in a different news cycle, it becomes very difficult to challenge that in the same context. Nevertheless, the evidence that was presented by the Russian Colonel General still has evidentiary value in an international tribunal or a domestic or national court of law, should these cases eventually and hopefully find their way on trial. In a very similar event, did Burmese soldiers destroy multiple villages in Mungdao Township in the fall of 2016? On the left side, you'll see the Chief of Staff for the State Councilor's Office, Zotte. He is speaking now. He's holding up a satellite analytical document I produced, and he's denouncing it as fake news. He's doing this on behalf of Aung San Suu Kyi, the State Councilor and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, to challenge our satellite analysis of a punitive round of village destruction by the security forces. And what was fascinating about this press conference was he showed aerial photography of the impacted villages, and he compared it with our satellite analysis, and then he claimed that their photography proved our interpretation of the satellite imagery was incorrect, that we had grossly or even potentially negligently exaggerated the level of destruction. Now, there's a problem here. The imagery actually shows the opposite. Just as with the Russian drone imagery, the aerial photography that the Burmese military had recorded, not only did it validate all of the destruction we had marked, it actually revealed new areas of destruction we were not aware of because it had been collected after we had published our work. So again, we have a very fascinating and effective low-tech, low-effort strategy to convince people of the opposite of the facts on the ground, okay? Through the use of the purposeful and deliberate misattribution, misdescription, the deliberate fabrication of a narrative about this technology that simply did not actually show. And again, the imagery that they released has legal evidentiary value in a legal tribunal. It does and could be used in a court of law to document the violations of international humanitarian law. For misinterpretation, drawing the wrong conclusions from new data sources and advanced technologies, this is an even bigger problem because this happens on a daily basis. No matter how good the AI is, humans are still going to draw the wrong conclusions. They're going to interpret the data wrong, they're going to interpret the models, they're going to use AI models for applications the models were never designed for. And this is going to and this is happening increasingly, and the problem here is that traditionally when humanitarians make operational decisions in the field based on really incomplete field data, everyone knows how to manage and mitigate the levels of uncertainty. Everyone does that on a daily basis. They think people are here, they think this, they know that, the numbers are really foggy and vague. But there's a whole range of very practical ways in which operational agencies that are distributing food and clothing and critical medical supplies, they know how to work within that system. The problem is once these very non-technologically savvy agencies and operational directors, once they start getting information and seemingly authoritative guidance from a lot of very, very smart people who are using strange technology that's one giant black box, once they start getting that information, they throw up their hands and they just accept it whole cloth, okay? The best example I can offer you in a catastrophic context is this. Now, for those of you who remember, this is then the U.S. Secretary General, Secretary of State Colin Powell at the UN Security Conference presenting some of the world's most advanced satellite imagery of supposed Iraqi weapons of mass destruction facilities. And he presented this as verbatim, a prima facie evidence of intent to use weapons of mass destruction. There was one problem. The images did not show that. The images had not been manipulated, just as the drone imagery and the aerial photography previously in those case examples had not been manipulated. It just simply was misrepresented. It was misinterpreted. Now, some people might think it was purposefully misinterpreted, but arguably the evidence actually shows that the problem simply was that no matter how good your analysts are, if this is the only form of information you have, and you have no way to corroborate it, no way to substantially and substantively challenge and evaluate the accuracy and completeness of your interpretations, you're going to make catastrophic mistakes. And in this case, it led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. Did thousands of Syrians abandon their vehicles in Syria at a border crossing point during the ISIS attack on Kobani in 2014? This, as you'll see, is a UN tweet of satellite imagery. And that tweet, I'll get to it in a minute. That tweet and the interpretation of that satellite imagery and that simple little bit of text on their flight, Syrians abandoned their cars at a border crossing. That was picked up around the world. There's a problem with this. Sound familiar? In fact, there's 3 problems. They did not abandon their vehicles. There were men and women and very small children in those vehicles at that time. They were not at a border crossing, and they were not in Syria. They were, in fact, in a Turkish minefield called the Tel Shahir Corridor. And those men, women, and children were dying from landmines and shells that were falling on them, and they were being held not at a border crossing point, but at an emergency gate designed to keep Turkish people out of the minefield and away from harm. Okay? Now, the problem is that once that went viral, it created a false narrative within the EU, within operational actors, and it engendered a completely wrong interpretation. Because if at this moment in time what was needed was urgent and unconditional demands on the part of the Turkish authorities to let those people out of a minefield.
The problem was people thought they were in Syria at a border crossing. And semantically, that's more problematic if you consider at that time most governments are trying their best to close borders and keep refugees from Syria out of their country. And so semantically, if on the one hand you think you have to demand Turkey to open up your borders and let people flood in, that's very delicate and a political consideration that a lot of governments thought was a hard sell without being accused of blatant hypocrisy. But if, on the other hand, the proposition was something qualitatively different, that all people had to do was simply ask the Turkish authorities, do you mind letting over 5,000 people escape from a minefield, from certain death? Would you mind, please, letting them in? Letting them out of a minefield? It's a very different proposition. Sorry, is that 2 minutes? Oy, oy, oy. How many buildings did the Burmese military destroy in Rakhine State, back to Burma? According to this map, 2,300 hectares were destroyed. And this was picked up again. Many UN colleagues and friends of mine in Yangon, in Burma, were very excited by that figure. There's a problem. It wasn't true. It wasn't just inaccurate, it was whole cloth fake. There was no such number. This was a simple mistake on the part of someone who misinterpreted their own data. No one had ever even attempted to measure the area of buildings destroyed. It was absolutely, completely fake. Mistakes. This is one, I lived through this one. Oh dear, can I have an extension of 2 minutes? What percent of Pakistan was flooded in 2010? Well, I did all of this. It was 4.7%. And we did this in anticipation of an international event to raise money, basically from international donors. But there was a problem. Government officials around the world said it was 20% of Pakistan. 20% of Pakistan was 4 times what we had detected. It was patently absurd, and the risk was that governments were looking for an excuse not to give financial aid and grants and emergency funding for recovery, would use my map, the UN map, as a justification for not doing that, okay? It was a simple misinterpretation of the data. Well, I could go on. Right now, there are UN colleagues at risk because of the wrong use of GPS. This was the UN compound in Gaza, and it was hit by an Israeli artillery shell. And that blue dot on the bottom, that represents the GPS data that UNRWA provided to the Israelis for purposes of deconfliction. The GPS was taken outside of the compound, okay? And then finally, I should just make a final plea. There are wonderful things happening around the world. Drones are fantastic. But the one thing we absolutely have to do when we start to operationally use this technology is to not needlessly and purposefully endanger people in some of the most vulnerable and delicate places in the world. And when we upload raw, unredacted, unreviewed drone imagery from natural disasters, we are in violation of our obligations to protect people. We are in obligations of international data protection and security and privacy obligations. It is an absolute catastrophic failure on the part of all of us, and the humanitarian agencies in particular, to allow this type of ideologically US-driven, open source data distribution practices. It's fine for people in Silicon Valley, but it's not fine for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Joss, and thank you to all the speakers. Congratulations. I mean, you made very exciting presentations with strong arguments. So I guess that we might have some reactions in the room, so the floor is open for questions. If you have a question, simply raise your hand and push on the little button. Yes, please.
Thank you for, sorry, Abraham, thank you for that really excellent presentation from HRW. What I'd like to ask is, so what are we supposed to believe? There's data, there's all kinds of information coming out on a daily basis. I almost spend 3 to 4 hours every day just reading what has happened to the world. So what is it we are supposed to believe and not to believe, including when you have such graphic presentation of satellite imagery? Thank you.
Thank you. Any reaction to this? Any comment? Yes, please, Sophia.
Well, this is about imagery, but I know, for example, in news, and there is a very practical tool you can use, sometimes you even have Twitter posts that are referring to very trustworthy sources. So you can have a link, for example, to a very, like a network of news that is trustworthy, and people clicking on that, but they read a different title. The tweet talks about something else. So you can really easily, for example, if you see that they're talking about really extreme issues, you can go and see, does that source actually talk about that? Is it projecting the topic in the same manner? This is for natural language, but I don't know about satellite imagery. But in this case, you can Control F and try to find, are we talking about like violation, extreme, like these words that are being used to attract audience? Maybe you can eliminate those things when you actually access the source and also use like trustworthy sources.
Thank you. Any other reaction from the panel? No. Okay. Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to Ms. Xu. So you mentioned in your, first off, I liked your presentation, and second off, you mentioned about the implications of facial recognition AI.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the US potentially using that same kind of technology? Like there have been like alleged rumors and reports of authorities using CCTV footage to eventually enhance the technology so that they can recognize the face of protesters, for example.
The US?
Yeah, like involving the Black Lives Matter protests.
And I found is actually when CCTV is located in the democratic countries, it's like it has a function to detect, for example, the terrorist bombers, and it has a concern, the positive concern to really, by the sense of protect its citizens. But as long as the CCTV is located in the less democratic countries like China, it's like the infrastructures to help the dictatorship to really protect and how to really control the people's mind, and especially in terms of its political ideas, and which is, might not be on the consensus, the Beijing's opinion. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, comment? Yeah, over there.
Thanks very much. My question is for Roman and Sophia with the two projects you described, the Jetsons project and the project in the refugee camps. Why did you decide that machine learning was the best solution for the problem at hand? And did you consider any other solutions in your scoping phase? And maybe as a quick follow-up to that, I was just curious if you could speak a little bit more about how you conduct or propose to conduct testing and validation of the performance of these systems. Thanks so much.
Yes. So basically, as I said, the original idea was scenario building, and they wanted to do forecasting. They wanted to have at least some predictions that they could base their scenarios on. So based on like high numbers or low numbers of receiving, they would allocate resources on that. And there was no other way to predict, because we did a little bit of research only with rules to see how people were moving. And the registration data that we had in the past were not as accurate as to represent like the exact number of people fleeing a region and arriving at a region. So you didn't have like a perfect mathematical model that was explaining that. So the idea with the predictions was that then if we have predictions per area, we would have a scenario of how to respond, and because there are also the limitations of the operation to be in specific regions, and there is a very limited network that people use to transfer from region to region, that then they could have their own registration officers expecting and then not losing more valuable data for the future. That's what the idea was about, and also because in the past they had used a similar model when the Syria crisis happened, according to the wavelength, the wave height in the Mediterranean Sea, they could see how many people were arriving per day. So they were predicting that. And based on that, we also wanted to see if we can predict on other factors like drought, market prices, and everything, how people would move. Does that answer? And then mechanisms you said for evaluating? Yes. Okay. So in the beginning, we were not sharing the data with externals, and we had our colleagues checking and validating the upcoming months and how the models were matching. And that's why we said that some of the regions we were able to predict for, and some others were failing. The models were failing continuously. And I think that's what the validation data set was, live data for 1 year at least that we collected from our colleagues.
Yes, so thank you very much for your question. In the context of why, to answer the question why AI was selected, in the context of the solution that I described, again, this is a hypothetical solution that is based on a range of interventions, some of which were not really realized in refugee camps, but were rather deployed in resource-low settings, so remote rural areas in developing countries. But basically, the key feature of this AI solution is that the resource requirements are really minimal. So the ICT infrastructure that is needed to enable such an intervention is just the connectivity. So once the connectivity problem is solved and there is sufficient speed to take and upload images to a platform, the cloud technology takes care of the rest. And given the fact that usually refugees and people global in general have smartphones, sometimes it's just one person in a household who has a smartphone, but still this device can be shared. So really, I think the key advantage here is that the resource requirements of an AI solution in such type of environment is really low. As far as the validation is concerned, I'm not sure to which validation you were exactly referring to. Was it the validation of the AI algorithm or validation of the intervention as a whole? So in the case of the algorithm, obviously, there is a number of experts who are working on checking whether AI gives a reliable diagnosis. And usually with these types of interventions, what is being done is that for a period of 1 year or several years, the two solutions run in parallel. So there is an AI system which provides diagnosis, and then there are the actual medical staff, medical personnel who analyze images themselves. And then the two systems, the two results are compared to see whether the AI solution actually performs sufficiently well. And as far as the validation of the intervention holistically, obviously, and this links back to what Josh said about techie guys coming and trying to recommend people on the ground what works. To resolve such an issue, of course, a multi-stakeholder approach is necessary, and the people who are working on the ground, who have the experience, they need to be consulted and they need to be brought into the design of the solution from the very start. And this concerns not only the process of deployment, but also things like the interface that is being used. So I hope this answers your questions. There are really a lot to discuss, but I think that we have time constraints. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes?
Thank you very much for these presentations. They were extremely interesting, and there was a great diversity of aspects that have been addressed. So I'm a lawyer, Christophe German. From the legal perspective, well, first you observe the facts, and the fact is now, in a nutshell, that data gathering is key. And data gathering has had a huge evolution, technological evolution over the last 20, 30 years. Much more data is gathered, and the resolution, the degree of detail of the data gathering has changed immensely. Nanshu's example of fingerprint and face recognition from more or less blurred pictures is a telling example. Now, from the legal perspective, typically in countries, in territories where you have a personal data protection legislation, data privacy that is taken seriously. I use the word seriously a little bit polemically, but as compared to jurisdictions like the US, one basic principle is first that the data subject, the person, the individual from whom the data is taken, gives her or his consent to this data gathering. That's a very basic principle for many, many years. I made a commentary on the first data protection law in Switzerland when I was a stagiaire still in the last century, end of the last century. And the other principle is, of course, that he or she gives a consent for a purpose, for a use with a certain purpose. And if the purpose changes over time, then there is a violation of the rule. Now, what is the state today of not the art, but the practice, especially in the context of, well, an initially legitimate, good purpose with respect to data gathering of individuals, and this in combination with the concept of dual use. Well, you can gather a lot of data, go into very much detail, and eventually the purpose changes because your data set is transferred from your hands to other entities who abuse of this data. This is for individuals. You have, Mr. Lyons has very well presented the issue with pictures that are about objects that need to be construed, interpreted, where you cannot really recognize individuals. That's another set of issues. But Mrs. Kyriazzi, you gather a lot, and eventually you don't know whether at the end of the day somewhere this data will be used for other purposes against the initial consent. What are the safeguards today? What is the state of the practice?
Thank you. Who is willing on the panel to tackle with this question? You will. Okay.
on registration data, and so we have the data policy and data strategy, and all of the basically we have a global service data center that deals with those kinds of sources, and they have been actually discussing of eliminating a little bit the collection. Maybe we shouldn't be collecting what more, or and then in case, of course we always have the consent forms, but then you also cannot really notify someone of the use of the data that is going to happen. And well, it can expose people to risks, but it also can support a lot the operations to respond. So I think it's a threat that needs to be measured, and then you also want to support, but also you want to ensure safety. So it needs a balance for sure.
Follow-up question. So you don't destroy the data, you keep it stored. So you don't destroy the data, you keep it stored. You don't destroy the data you gathered, you keep it stored.
We have been actually, so there is, the GIPS Center has been also doing some research on how to access, and HDX platform has been also doing research on how to store and have safe platforms for sharing the data, because sometimes the data can actually be used for a good cause. So no, we don't destroy the data in case we have, yeah.
Just would like to make a comment.
I mean, it's a central foundational question for everyone. I think it is worthwhile to recognize that within the UN humanitarian community, there are very well established and frequently updated guidance and policy framework documents on data protection standards, and what the use constraints are in terms of the explicit obligations to obtain consent and explicit recognition about the application limits for the collection and retention of that data. It is important to note that there are clearly identified exemptions and parameters that allow limited applications beyond explicit consent. And there are critical security issues where you would not want to even attempt to gather consent from an individual in contexts where the act of that consultation would actually endanger them, okay? There are many purposes and contexts when operational UN agencies, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the Federation of the Red Cross, the Red Crescent Societies, are gathering large volumes of data without explicit consent of every individual person. And that is well understood, and there are clear protocols and guidance on how that data, and in fact, it would be a violation of international obligations for that data to be deleted precisely because there are ethical and legal obligations for data retention, in the same way that Human Rights Watch, or more because we don't have an international mandate, in the sense that ICRC colleagues or OHCHR colleagues have a mandate to retain data. But the fact is we are being consulted and sometimes petitioned by prosecutors around the world for material that we collected on investigations 20 years ago. And if we start willy-nilly deleting it, there's going to be substantive issues about criminal justice as well. But I would just point out, I think the key consideration in my mind is that in all of these endeavors, the essential obligation, I think, on the part of these UNHCR and WFP and everyone else, is that capacity be done in-house. Okay, because that means it's behind the firewall and it's already subjected to the rigorous data protection standards. So as long as the research is happening internally, that provides a qualitative level of protection versus situations, for example, where the World Food Program has now partnered with the US intelligence private company Palantir. So the moment you have a private-public partnership where you are leaking and giving away vast amounts of humanitarian data, that's the moment when we have to be extremely concerned. So I think that there's a clear distinction that has to be drawn, at least in the prioritization of what we need to be most concerned about?
Well, I think before that already, you remember the PRISM case, US, EU, and and crypto, which was a recently mediatized case of encryption that has been misused, so to say. So it's not only about private-public partnerships, it's about hacking, I think it's the core issue actually, the dual use of data and the possibility that, the data you gathered, collected 20 years ago for a good purpose eventually finds its way tomorrow into the hands of a totalitarian or authoritarian state where it will be used to do very bad things. And that's the core issue, actually, of the whole matter, how to handle the purpose.
Thank you, Christophe, for your comment. We have a last question from Jubin.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's actually a comment in relation to what earlier Mr. Abraham asked and Mr. Lyon's presentation about images. We live in a world today that we're so obsessed with images, on a daily basis, we're just constantly looking at screens, whether it's a mobile phone, whether it's the iPad or computer or television. The problem is, of course, if you don't understand the background and context, then you can be easily deceived and manipulated. But if you do understand the background and context of the situation, then you can basically make, I think, a fairly accurate judgment whether that image may be fake, may be misrepresentation. I'm saying that also in relation to one of the images that Mr. Lyons showed about the presentation by Colin Powell in February of 2003, a month before the US invaded Iraq. I was working in the run-up to and after the war with UNHCR. And those of us, a lot of us who were working or familiar with the Middle East and Iraq, were, in our analysis, were infusing a lot of skepticism about the claims made by the Bush administration about weapons of mass destruction. We were actually, in view of our analysis, already by the summer of 2002, we were making contingency plans for an American invasion of Iraq and possible population displacements because of also what had happened in '91, right after the 91 to Kuwait War, the first Persian Gulf War. So I think the images and things like that can be very easily manipulated, so we have to understand the context. And my last comment, just in terms of my colleague Christophe German also, it's not just authoritarian regimes and totalitarian regimes which can use and abuse data. It can be done also by democratic regimes. Let's in terms of what happened in the US, I mean, let's remember what Edward Snowden and all that. So we live in a very precarious time, very dangerous time, so these things can be abused. Thank you.
But you know, Jubin, everything has been recorded today. Huh?
It's okay.
I think we are reaching the end of this panel, so I would like to congratulate and to thank you very much for your contribution, and I would like also to congratulate you, to thank you for staying until the end. So this is not exactly the end, because now we have the organizer.
Thank you, Dominic. I'm one of the organizers, but thank you very much for staying here until now. We're slightly late. Tomorrow, there will be day 2 of this conference. Please try to be here at 9 a.m. We will have as keynote speakers Professor Philippe Morel, a pioneer in minimally invasive surgery and robotic surgery, and Ol Billard, who is full professor of robotics and artificial intelligence at the EPFL. There will be 2 interesting presentations, plus, of course, session 5 with the ethics of robotics, and session 6, the use of drones to deliver humanitarian aid in the field. So join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.